Oh, there we go. Let me just check this audio. Yep, that's okay. Managed to go on a few seasons, and what I did was I pretty much closed down the other side now. So, do a little bit of decorating and see what I need to do. I managed to get 3 more in here now. Sort something out eventually. There. So, what will we do here? We'll see. But I will have to start putting something on these, you know, before I start spreading out too far. I'm thinking about maybe the blacksmiths maybe down here. But it looks like I'll be putting more houses here on this side. So most likely maybe we could get a tree like that. Might not be too bad. Might kind of work, I suppose. Would definitely be interesting. I'll see if I could line that up later. It's just a matter of lining the road, really. We'll see. Now, I have a plan for this. This might work. Just been measuring this out. I've got to wait for a few days to get the season out anyway. I've already done the shopping, so to speak. I'm just waiting for them to finish the crops, and you know, they should be able to do it within the season. Now, let me see. Yeah, it should be here anyway. Well, they're all done as far as... Well, they're still working on some of them. It's only the 2nd day in the season, I think. Right, okay. Now, I just like one of these and then we're off. We'll see what we can do in this. I have a plan for this. That's gone through pretty okay. Yeah, a little much on that side, but let me see. Oh, that's about right. Maybe a tad. Just a tad. Impossible to get those things right. Well, that would be good enough. So I need to get the right size on that. Okay, we'll sort out those. I'll be putting a bench, I think, on these. Oh, I'll put one in now and see what it looks like. Now, I'm thinking... Let me see. Oh, not that one. That one is kind of horrible. Yeah, I really like that one. If the ground is pretty unlevel in some of these places, I could just use the ordinary one. It's less apparent. Here, let me see. Yeah, it's kind of all over the place, isn't it? Okay. Let's see here. I would prefer to use these ones, to be honest. Yeah, okay. I think we'll probably get away with something like that. And then I can do the flowers. We'll kind of do it in layers. To be honest, I'm not sure what I want, but we'll have to work with what we have, obviously. So we'll kill some time here doing this until the season is up and those guys finish their farming. I have some apprentices on that as well. And some guys that still have to be, get old enough to work and to fix up their skills. There's no real reason of doing it, it's just kind of fun to max them out. Oh god, all of the challenges got the really hard ones. So all I've got to do now is wait till my son is 18 and take over as the son, and that should finish all the challenges. Well, there's that one and one that says finish all challenges, but you know, once you do that, it's finished. I should be able to get the last two at once. This could be a problem here, you see what I mean? And don't ask me why that's happening. I'll have to move it over a bit. Okay. I think we need to sleep anyway, and then one will have to be moved a tiny bit. I'd say there's something up with the ground. 18:24, almost time to sleep. I'll get a save, and if not, that's why I wanted to use the other seating. I had similar problems here, so I just used the chair. But the ground was pretty bad here. I just used something like that. I don't intend to do it in there. I need something more. Draw as many NPCs as possible in there. Okay, just gotta wait about a half a minute. Now, let me do that. I just get something to drink. I don't want to push too far without, you know, doing something here. I don't want to make this settlement too big. It's kind of big as it is. At the same time, I want it to be a bit roomy-ish. You know, lots of trees, that kind of stuff. Now, let's see. There we go. We should be able to leave this season in the next half an hour, I'd say. Now, yeah, this little thing here as well. I don't know, I'll have some other junk and see if I can add it, but I don't want to make it too messy. It seems to be okay as it is so far. Well, definitely better than the way it was. Oh, the lighting and stuff I'll do a little later. I'm just more concerned about these to see if they'll work. Especially this one. I was expecting a little bit of trouble from them, to be honest. Now, let's see. So we seem to be having problems with this guy. Is it a matter of the ground level, or will we have to change our seating? Yeah. No, it's definitely not going in. Okay, we'll put it where it should be for a moment. I have, actually I have a kind of a weird, thing that just crossed my head here. Hang on. Yeah, that's kind of nice, to be honest. Yeah, maybe that's better. But we'll see. If this gives us trouble, we'll have to figure something else out. That's why I saved it. I don't know what way this is going to go. I can't move it too much from... Oh, it seems to be okay. It's something got to do with the... There's no way we're moving this back into place, are we? No, that's mega weird. Yeah, that is really, 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 really weird. That's why I hate using those. Okay. We'll try some different seating. If not, I have another plan. You could be doing 20 of these and one of them might mess up and then that's it. You can't use that system. Okay. That's kind of strange. Okay, I'll try the stools. The log benches. They've got no backs. They might be a bit better. Well, if it's there, it should work on the rest of them. We'll see. If not, I have... Well, I'm not putting chairs in there anyway. And I definitely need to use chairs because putting them everywhere else... Oh, hi Wolf. And how have you been? How was your weekend? Was it one of your working ones? You worked. Ah, so you can look forward to next weekend. Anything interesting with you? Pretty slow here. If it wasn't for my games, I'd probably go mental. Always used to doing something, you know. Same old. Yeah, pretty much the same here. So, did a bit. Wanted to concentrate on this, give it a few layers as well. So, working on this. I've finished that as much as I could for the time being. This little thing that I said I was going to do something. They'll blossom next season. Kind of yellow. Kind of look, matching the flowers. And, yeah, I managed to go a few seasons. And what actually took me the most time is getting the stupid seeds for these trees. I must have chomped down 2,000 trees. But you remember this was the middle section here? Where we were clearing the forest? So I'll do the three trees like I've done down the other side. So this is roughly the same size. I managed to get 3 more of the large houses in. Yeah, for just a few seasons. This is a nightmare getting the seeds. If you're lucky, you'll buy maybe 1 or 2 seeds. It took some time, but once you put the fencing down as a kind of, what could you call it? Almost like a jig, isn't it? In carpentry. You know, kind of measuring system. Yeah, this here. Even got to decorate these guys. So this is do you remember the forest that was here? But there's still so much to do. This one will take probably twice, you know, the other one because of the trees, and then, I've gone a little bigger, I suppose. Yeah, I'll show you. Yeah, this is where the forest was. So this is what we've got now. We've got plenty of room to work with. Although having said that, you see what I mean? I want it similar to that one down there. So it kind of worked out pretty good, yeah. Vaguely, yeah. So it'll be very similar, let's say, going through the center. So yeah, that's it. That's as far as I'm going on this. I'll do some kind of entrance on it, but it's perfectly lined up as far as I can tell. Oh, from the map anyway. Massive, isn't it? I don't know. Yeah, you think something, yeah, once you get kind of carried away with it. So now I've really got to concentrate on doing something on what I've already done before I can move on. And the rest of the buildings, let's say, going in. So it's absolutely going to be... I'm thinking about trying to get the blacksmiths on that side. The ground level is pretty horrible. So there you can see here. So this is a ton of room here. I'm telling you, it's going to be really big. It's going to be a test of this engine, alright. And a lot to get there, but I don't want to touch it, you know, unless I have to. The pads and the walls. Yeah, the thing with these, I noticed, let's say, once I go with a high one, I can't really go with a high one again, because it looks kind of like, almost like a military barracks kind of thing, you know. So what I did was, I made sure on the opposite sides of these, I had a lower one. It's not so bad. But you can imagine the amount of decorating that has to be done on these. So what I'll do is, that's why I started doing a little bit on the gardens. Plus I'm waiting for these guys to finish as well and get to another season. So twice as many animals as the last time. You see what I mean? Well, except for those two. And did a little change on this, not really that noticeable. I decided to go with the 2-light system, so that kind of backing. Yeah, you know the story with the decorations and stuff. It'll take ages to do. Now this is it's definitely keeping my interest. I'll have to do something here as well. I'm thinking about. I'm still not sure what I'm going to do, to be honest. And this. Well, I've got to wait till I figure out what's going here. And then we'll go with an ordinary, probably split log fencing here. Something simple. Kind of blending right back to this again. But until I close up this edge, I don't know where the entrance is coming in. You know what I mean? So, got a good bit of the fencing done as well. But even though most of it you can't see, there was a ton of little things I needed to do. And the most annoying was probably the decorating in the houses. I finished the decorating, and I finished even the three new ones I did. I might have to look at the smaller houses a little later. But this is the ordinary decorating, let's say, that you can do on the building menu. But the likes of this with wood, you know, you put that in by hand. That junk on the shelf, which I had a good bit of practice on that at Oblivion. That doll, that junk there, the wine and the mead and the jug, that there, and the water pail, and that wooden figurine, that kind of thing. Literally did that on every single one. Takes a good while. Probably the nastiest ones of those. As I said, I had a bit of practice. But all of the large ones are done. I'm not sure what I'll do with the smaller ones. I'll figure it out later. There's not a biggie on those. So letting these guys work away. And what I've been doing is when the apprentices come to 18, I'm pushing them into the other houses in couples. And then let's say on these ones here, you'll get 2 kids and 2 people. And then once they get to a certain age, you know, and that's all the kids they'll have. So when I manage to get them down to 3, you know, when they're with the youngest son, I'll start moving them over to the 3 bedrooms and then using these for a new couple. You know, that kind of thing. It's fun, to be honest. The problem with getting settlers, let's say, too many at once, is they all literally age at the same time, obviously. But you could pick them up every few seasons, but their stats are so bad it would take forever, you know, to max them out. So, this is a better way. The game would have been interesting if there was like maybe a 12 settler limit of the guys you could hire, and then you had to work with their descendants and kind of, you know, build it up that way. But I suppose it might be a little bit too grindy for most. But this is what I've done so far on this. But, you know, pretty much finished here now, just to figure out what to do with it. But it will look a lot different once I get the fencing and, you know, several other bits and pieces. You know how it's done in layers, you know. something similar on this. When we get all that done, I'll need bric-a-brac there later. Now, let's have a quick look at our little guys we're training. Let me see what's the easiest way to do this. I go into farming, basically go there, and then I can have a look at them this way. Okay. Farmer. We're okay for a while. Yeah, all these guys are maxed at 16. You know, 2 years before they even can work. I even have one guy there, he's maxed at 15. Yeah. Working on the rest of them. So they'll be able to go straight into a job and I can really put them anywhere. Send those guys to the mines and then the older guys there, bring them back and kind of a retirement bonus. Get them back on the farm. Yeah, it's kind of fun. Right, let's get back to the garden. We'll see if we can do something here. Yeah, now, there's a strange thing. This would be the way they go. Here. But for some reason, yeah, it won't take that one there, and I don't want to go with a chair. So, let me just see if the other guys would do it. Log bench. No. Okay. Right. Well, we're definitely not going with a chair. Well, there's another thing I could do, I suppose. We could fill it with some kind of flower and see if we could put some seating in front of it, maybe. We get something... Here, let me see. Let me show you what I mean. Like, probably the least offensive would be that one. You can see what I mean, it's just not going to do what I wanted to do. Okay. And that gives me a serious... Oh, yeah, hang on. Let's see if we can go on the front. Flowers. Well, we'll put one of each. This is the green shrub. It's the wild rose bush. This is a bit much, obviously. Yeah. That's kind of a bit much, to be honest. I'll put you over there for a second. Let's see. Well, that kind of goes kind of purple, you know, at the right season. Next season, actually. Interesting. Oh, that's a pity. No, definitely not, but I'll tell you where we could use that. This moving system they have for trees, it's absolutely amazing. It makes my life so much easier. You can kind of come out like this, you can actually grow a tree beforehand. And we just go here and get it right in the center like that. We'll probably do the same out here. Okay. Now let's see. This is kind of the fun part, to be honest. This took me ages to... the stone things I might find... it's a pity they didn't do something a little bit more manufactured. They're okay, they're natural. Maybe something like let's say like damaged Greek statues or something like that. But obviously the kind of medieval thing, or gargoyles, you know, on them or something like that would have been nice. Now, so we did the bush and then the green shrub. I'll leave it there for a moment. And we'll see which of these will work. Then you got one of my favorites, actually. That one there. Doesn't look much, but it does bloom in the summer. Kind of yellow like the dandelions. And then you have the white flowering shrub. Again, a little southern thing. Okay, so let's see. Well, we can forget about the seeding anyway. For the time being. That's a pity. Because it's going to be hard enough doing the seeding here with the ground. Okay. Let's see the white flowering shrub. I would actually kind of prefer that one, to be honest. So you'd be going with something like that. Okay, this is the yellow flowering shrub. But not until summer. Yeah, that's going to be a better look, to be honest. This one is coming out a little bit far. I'll find a spot for that. But I always knew it was going to be the yellow flowering shrub. So, now, we won't use the guides with the back, obviously. And we'll be able to put that seeding right in front of this. But even at that, it's going to be... some of the ground level is not great. There's not many of these. So give my head something to do. Not that. We can look at it, I suppose. Let's have a look at that. Oh, that's nasty. I suppose there I'd rather go with that one. Let's see. Yeah, we push that little guy in. We'd have a much better. Much better. I get rid of you. Okay, let's get to work. We'll see if that would work. And then we'll start on these. We'll center them more. Now, I was thinking about something like this. And then the lights each side and... something like that, maybe. We'll see. Better get this one out of the way anyway. Now... Alright. I better make these then. Yeah, if I make them all at once, when the guys get off work, they'll just start sitting on them and I won't be able to get them, so... Gotta make them as I need them. Oh, this guy's going to die. And we have to pick up some food as well. So I'm guessing roughly around there. That needs to come over a ton, but I'm dying with thirst, so we'll have to get something to drink. Usually when I'm building here, Wolf, I would turn off the hunger and thirst, and the ones for the settlers as well. So I won't be bothered every 5 seconds. But once I start to play the game, let's say when I'm streaming and I got the other stuff to do, I switch it back on again. There, let's get some food. Yeah, I think it's time we worked on. more of the structure, more of the layout. Where's that food? Oh, any one of these. And then we can really see where we're going. There we go. Consume that food. This, I need to definitely work on this. But not for a little while. Right, let's see. We really need to be doing this in daylight. Probably. You know it would be really cool? If you had a mod like that one on Fallout where, you know, it would literally put everything in at a kind of a straight angle and then you could move it in degrees. You're doing a lot of guessing on this. There. That's pretty... yeah. Okay, hang on. There you go. Yeah, that's it. Done. Let's see what time it is. Okay, 16. Oh, it's pretty dark. Let's see what they're doing with the crops. Not much of them done. Done. Okay. Those are done. That's done. I think they're all done. Oh no, hang on. They're still working on 2 of the vegetable fields. Yeah, we should be able to get out of here in about 20 minutes. Just let them do their thing. Right. Okay. Okay. That one, yeah, tiny bit. I'll just make sure we'll get this in properly. I don't know. There. There it is. We just need to straighten it up. There it is. Okay, that's 2 of them. Oh, hi Phoenix. And how have you been? We're just doing the decorating on this guy. Yeah, we definitely have to center this. We don't have to be, you know, massively accurate, but we do need to... It's at an angle. It's at a bit of an angle. Yeah, something like that, I suppose. And the problem with this is it's always going to look, you know, a bit iffy. Yeah. Stupid old thing, isn't it? Personally, I would have, you know, pushing that across the entire back. It's always going to look off, isn't it? Yeah, we'll get him in. eventually. I don't know. It might be just a bit of an optical illusion, I suppose, but I don't know. There it is. Yeah, because there's no back on that, that's always going to look a little different. There we go. Something like that. Yeah, doing a little kind of park in here. You know, somewhere for the settlers to go. So, what have you been up to? Now, let's see. We'll see if we can finish off an area and we'll just copy it on the other sections. Yeah. You know those mods that kind of straighten everything out? You remember like that, what was it? There was a mod on Fallout. Yeah, it was pretty handy. Even that one there now. Doing this by hand is a pain in the backside. This one I'll literally have to guess it, I'd say. I don't know, I don't think that's too bad. Iffy. Just a tiny. There. I don't think we ever got this one. Probably. There we go. That's it. Yeah, something like that would be probably decent. And oh, I got lucky with that one. And then we'll figure out what we do in the center, maybe out front, and we kind of rinse and repeat, I suppose. Not interested in doing the tree there. Let's try one of these big guys. Oh, hang on. I think we need to sleep. You know, we'll figure out what we want at the entrances, and then we'll just, you know, just basically slap them in while these guys are finishing. Oh, at the end of tomorrow, I should be able to get into the summer. So we'll do that and see if we get any new workers. And these will be blossomed as well, these two, and we can, you know, kind of see where we're going with the colour scheme. Yeah, that would have to work. Well, basically, I'd like to get those guys right in there, and sometimes they do, but something strange with the ground here, so we had to go with that. Well, I suppose it's a bit different. Okay, let's get some sleep into the next morning. Yeah, I literally have to use the old chairs and those. Yeah, the performance is taking a small hit, just we'll let it load up for a moment. I wonder why. There's still a good bit to go in here, and I think the game will probably take it. We'll see. Yeah, going with a bit of a park. We need something to kind of use up the room. Wanted to do something similar on the other settlement, but kind of stuck for room. Now it's a little different here. Although the other one was definitely more scenic. Now let's get back. I'll do something with it here. This one later. This is driving me nuts. Oh, hang on. If I just go with a low fencing thing here to match that and some shrubs. The problem is if I'm doing something else here, it's gonna look pretty iffy with the fencing then. Because the fencing would have to... Yeah, I'd have to do here before I could sort that. That's what I'd do there.
Seems to be doing just fine.
That would probably be the way to go. Oh, hi Bong. And how have you been? And what have you been up to? Just doing a little bit on Medieval Dynasty. We were here about 6-7 months ago, guys, wasn't it? We did the Octopo map. We built a settlement there, but I still had 3 achievements to get that could only be claimed on this map. You know, finishing the story and doing all of that. And a new DLC came out with a few more plans. So, yeah, give me an opportunity to do something different. No, I haven't tried it. It's a kind of building simulator kind of thing, is it? Not much, yeah, same here. So, what have you been up to? My type of game, yeah? Well, as much as I like building, let's say, or story, it's nice to get a game, let's say, with, you know, open exploration, some kind of story, some kind of NPC interaction, and then have the building. The problem with some building games, they might lean a little too hard into building, even for me. You know, makes the game, drags the game a bit, doesn't it? Our Creators, yeah, seems to be a big hit. What has it reached now? 350,000 consecutive players, isn't it? Yeah, and that's relatively, it is a new IP. They did another game before that had a decent amount of success as well. It's a lot. It's definitely a lot. Yeah. It's a kind of extraction kind of shooter thing, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, like a cross between like kind of Call of Duty and Halo and stuff like that. Player versus player kind of thing, isn't it? Yeah. It's been pretty successful, like Helldivers. Well, they're the only ones that are actually making a hit. That's a new IP. I don't know how long the company's been around. I think they've done at least one. Yeah, that's what they need. Yeah, player versus enemy. They need some decent AI on this, on those. You know, the likes of Microsoft obviously buying Call of Duty though. Milk that one for what it's worth. I think it's the only thing that's really saving them now. Do you think Call of Duty is enough to clear their bills for a year? You know? Because, let's say the Outer Worlds 2, it's reached its peak. I think, what was it, 15, 17,000 players? It's reached its peak over the weekend there. So, you know, it's rumoured to have cost about 100 mil. So, I don't know. Apparently they've only sold, the last time I checked was like 80,000 copies on Steam. So you'd want to be selling what? Maybe what? 2 million copies at full price to, you know, kind of clear yourself and maybe make a little bit of profit. It's going to be hard for them to claim their money back on that one. I find that very, very annoying. Yeah, if there's too much dialogue. But I do remember one of the devs or somebody quoting, they were comparing Outer Worlds 2 to, I think it was Elden Ring or something. And it said, Baldur's Gate. Sorry, Baldur's Gate, but Outer Worlds 2 do a better companion system. Or something like that. That's silly. But yeah, it's interesting, you know. None of the big companies seem to be scoring any hits, and they're all after that golden goose of that, you know, massive multiplayer game. That will rake in the cash, let's say, like maybe GTA. Too much, yeah, I find that. It was pretty much the same with Starfield and that, but that was the least of Starfield's problems, to be honest. You know, It's still very janky and bugs. Some of my friends sent me a lot of screenshots from it. I loved Obsidian, let's say, when, the older guys were there, when they did New Vegas and stuff like that. Those guys did some good work and had a good sense of humour. Apparently there's humour too in the Outer Worlds, but it's a bit... I don't know. I do know fans have been up in arms because the guys that bought the premium edition for $100, I think, you get a perk, although you don't have to take it. But it was amusing because it said basically the perk you got for getting the premium edition was your brain has been addled. This is what the perk was. Say your brain has been addled by consumerism, blah blah blah, capital swine kind of stuff, and you get a kind of negative. I don't know. That's a strange tactic. I think that's maybe rubbing it in a little bit, I think. But I really tuned out of the Outer Worlds, or Obsidian really, once, a good few of their game developers and artist designers and stuff like that, were saying that they didn't want my demographic, let's say, playing the game and stuff. Not that that would affect me, but that was just one of the factors. To be honest, I think the game is absolutely not worth the money. And I think the game, at best is, kind of bottom or mid kind of thing. The kind of game, let's say, where, every second game that releases could match it, I suppose. I do know with Avowed, yeah, I think it's not even doing the same as Avowed, to be honest. Yeah, from the last numbers I checked on that one. The thing with Avowed is, what probably got a lot of people in was the very first trailer they did for it. It was like a Skyrim Oblivion kind of thing. It looked fantastic. They knew the buttons to push. But rumour has it that they thought but a stop to that and they had to go with something more like they usually do. And went with Avowed. And I've seen some gameplay on that. And I was not impressed. The static NPCs, I think... I don't know. It's a strange one. But if you ever get a chance, Bong, there's a video on YouTube I found very amusing. And I think it's either called Oblivion, in the old BGS game, Oblivion versus VS versus Avowed. I think it's called that, or vice versa, Avowed versus Oblivion. Check it out. It's an absolute scream. It's just a guy and he'd, show you certain actions. There's no talking. It's zero. The physics involved in Avowed and the stuff, let's say, that they were pretty lazy on. Lots of people will say, well, Obsidian is just like, let's say, really is like a kind of indie, I suppose, 2-star or whatever that means. And it wouldn't be fair to judge him on that. But I think, when you're pushed out there with the big guys, and you're charging, was it 70 and now you even want 80 for your game? The likes of the prices that GTA is charging and, the likes of The Witcher or Cyberpunk. If you're expecting that money for a game, you have to give the quality. So I don't think there's no excuse. But all of the guys, let's say, that used to be running that back in the day, they have long since moved on. And now they've got a bunch of activists, I suppose. Oh. Not that it bothers me that much, but I don't know, I think story writing is not their strong suit. Yeah, I found that too, the too much talking thing in the likes of the Dragon Age series, even back in the old ones. But the game was pretty decent, so you just kind of skipped through it as fast as you could. you could kind of tolerate that. But if you have too much talking on a game that's really, really mid, you have bugs and, you have boring instances and that, and then, the 170, or 100 from Premium Edition. Oh, oh my. I suppose you can't blame them if the money's there. Okay, oh yeah, we're doing this. Okay, let's save this. Well, that's just my opinion. The whole thing about games, Bong, if you like a game, it doesn't really matter what anyone else thinks. But it's just these companies, if they expect to stay alive and, even flourish or thrive or whatever you want to call it, if they keep pushing out the stuff they're pushing out now, especially with Microsoft saying they want that crazy return. What is it? 30% return? That's going to be a good one. Now, but I remember when I first started on Mixer, and even on Twitch there, a good few years back, I was often having discussions with people and we were wondering, the gaming, even then, if it kept going down the road it's going, how much longer, it could survive the games companies and the console companies. It seems to be speeding up a bit now. Oh, okay. What are we doing? Yeah, okay, let's figure out what we want here. Well, we can't put those guys in. They're a bit, I think, on the big side. Oh, they go kind of purplish, but let's see. I don't know. Ooh, okay, what about this? Personally, I suppose I would go with something like this. The other one is a little bit on the big side, I think. And that's a little bit on the small side. I definitely don't want to go with the trees, but we need to get the ones in the corner in anyway. So let's get those out of the way. Oh, hang on. That's the guys. Right. Massive budgets on these. 1, 2, 3, and even rumours of games costing like 400 million or more. That's kind of ridiculous. But Nintendo, let's say, I know that's a different kind of game or whatever. What was the last one they made? I think they sold, what, 13 million copies or something? Yeah, they did. That cost them, I think, about very little, like something like 15 million to make. This would be a dream for the likes of Sony and Microsoft to put games, let's say, instead of what we've been getting in the past maybe 10 years, large open worlds, better graphics, games pushing more and more. Going back to what we had in the early 2000s, the kind of turn-based kind of stuff and stuff that they could make relatively cheap. Let's say make something for 20 million and make a couple of hundred on it and do it really quick. Doesn't seem to be. Oh, I think those guys are so wasteful, will probably cost a lot more. Okay. Just get this one in and then we'll see where we are. Okay. That's our side pieces. How long have we got to wait? We'll see. I wouldn't mind getting to summer quickly, let's say, so we can see, we can see properly what we're doing, the colours on these flowers. It's just yellow and purplish. Oh, we can do it now. We were waiting for the stuff to be done. Yeah, it's pretty much done. Everything is done. Just do a little bit more and then we'll move to summer. I just keep a check on these apprentices as well. Okay, let's see. Yeah, we'll definitely go at the end of this day anyway, either way. Okay. What did we do? We got those in. Yeah, well, we get this out of the way. Still have to figure out what I'm doing there. So, let me see. Here, we'll move that one. Oh, okay, maybe not. We'll make another one, we'll see. Yeah, looks kind of okay. I don't know, that's all I can really do with this. Oh, it's, yeah, that's silly, isn't it? Okay. About there. Let's see if we can center it a bit better. That's reasonable. Yeah, I think it could work with something like this. Well, that doesn't leave us a ton of room, so that definitely means that smaller guy. Where are you? Well, that's made our mind up for us, really. Okay, that's kind of iffy. Yeah. I don't know, do I want to go out that much? I'll leave it there for the time being, we'll see. Yeah, maybe center on the post. Okay, let's work on these. We'll kill up the evening a bit, and then we can move to a new season. Oh, there needs to be a better system than this. Let me see. Yeah, that's kind of okay, I suppose. Now, this is going to be something. Ah, sugar. Let me see. There, that's not bad. About there. Let's have a look at that guy. Ah, sugar. Okay. Yeah, it's more like there. Just need that a little bit more. there, I'd say. Yeah, that's good. Okay, that's that one in. Now let's get this other guy in, we'll see. If we can push something around the center, then we should be able to call it in that area until we figure something else out. Oh, that's looking like it, guys. There's not much more I can do with that. Is there something we can do each side here? Well, you'd have to go each side of these, I suppose. Oh, I've already got that. I'm not putting the... No. Would I? I don't know. I don't think it would work. You know, if you went... And then you went... I don't know. Oh, it'd definitely be different. Maybe coming down a lot on those sides and then none on this. Okay, there's one way of finding out, I suppose. I'm very, very tempted on this, you know. It's definitely tempting, you know that. Yeah, we'd kind of come out with that on this, probably. Let me save it here. Hang on. We'll leave that there just to remind us we've got too much to do here. That, I'm not sure what I can do with that, but... Okay. Sugar, I have no stones. Once you build those, it takes them from your inventory. Let's grab some. With just a few more minutes, we'll get to summer. More interested in getting those guys to work. But we can do boat. Let me see. Yeah, don't ask me why I'm even picking those. Now, what time is it? It's... yeah, well, at 1700 we can move, then we'll go till that would be what, another 5-6 minutes. Okay. This would give me a rough center on that, but just trying to guess it is almost impossible. Roughly around there. There. Now, see if we can straighten this guy up, and we just slot it over it like so. That will give us a reasonable lineup. Not too much hassle. That side a tiny bit. Yeah. Yeah, that would do. That would probably do. Okay, we'll get these guys out. We'll get the other junk in a moment. Let's get that light in. I can guess it from here, but... Oh, that's not right, is it? Ooh, that's... that's spot on. That's not a bad guess. Yeah, we'll go for that one. Now... What do we use? The stools. A log bench. Let's have a look at that guy. Maybe a tiny tad, but out from that it looks pretty decent. Just a tiny tad. Something about there, I would say. Yeah, that looks pretty decent. Right, I'm centering this tragedy. Yeah, I don't know, might be able to use that for something later. Oh, the problem with this is... roughly about right. That's about as close as you're gonna get that. That, however, needs to be a little straighter. Let's have a look at that. Yeah. Oh, I was wondering the light didn't go on for a moment. I thought what was happening. But, yeah, it seems to be working now. I'm not sure about those larger trees, guys, to be honest. Here, let me see. This kind of gets out of control, those trees, and... There it is. We'll know in the summer anyway. We'll need to sleep and we'll get forward to another season. Oh, I'm sneezing. I think I got some kind of cold. Well, all of the... Okay, that's done. Yeah, I've got to organise these idiots. Let me see. Let me check our apprentices anyway. Blacksmith. Okay, he needs to be moved. He's not good as a firm anymore. So... Production or... Yeah. guy needs hunting. Okay. Right. There. You're going into hunting. Okay. Now let's check this again. Okay, blacksmith. Yeah, that guy needs to be moved. I don't know, I think we might have somewhere in production for that guy. We'll see if we can get that out of the way. Production. Okay. Yeah, why not? Put you in there. Now. Okay, blacksmith. Well, that guy is pretty much done as well. So he needs production as well, I think. Oh, hang on, I never picked him. Where is he? Water carrier. Production. There. Now we'll see. Okay, blacksmith, cook, hunter, blacksmith. Ah, we got another guy here. Yeah, he'll go into extraction. Oops. Oh, I know where he's going anyway. The well is by far the best way of getting that guy up to speed. There. That should do it. Now we're going into summer, and I think there's a little bit of work to do in the summer. So I'll leave them to it. I think that gets... I don't know. I know there's some work in the summer. That's why I need full-time farmers here, but I haven't got enough guys in yet to do it. I've been kind of changing from the mine to the farm. That kind of stuff. Okay. Let's get this junk out of the way. Where is it anyway? Here. Get rid of any excess here. Let's say 51 of those. I usually leave about 100 of those, so let's say 590. 590. Perfect. And about 100 of those, so about 225. We'll just trim the fat off, so to speak. What am I doing here? Well, I've got 325, so 225. There. I'll make sure we have some other junk to sell. And then I'll save it and we'll back up my spot. Then we go to another season. Maybe I'll get a few workers in or something. Still a good bit to do here on fencing. But until I get the rest of the stuff in, I won't know where to put the entrances really, so I've been kind of holding back on that. Now, what have we got to saw here? Okay, we'll build a few more. We'll craft a few more. Let's say maybe about 400-ish. I said 400. Yeah, good enough.
My mouth's dry.
Oh, sugar. Right, he needs to drink and eat. That's that. Right, we're pretty full. Now let's save this in here and we'll go straight to another season. Oh, I wonder did that fall? Where is it? I'll give it a saddle when it comes of age. Where is that? Nah, still too young. I've probably decorated every house except this one yet. I'll have to get around to it eventually. That's it. 246. Yep. Right, okay. We'll have a quick shopping trip to do as well, but we can kind of hold back on that. Not a big rush. Come on. Oh, we have a wedding. Okay. Cool. And we have a challenge as well. I wonder is it in our tavern? Not a hope. Apparently not in our tavern. So it's probably... That's almost always done here. Oh, I don't see it. Okay, it's probably in Gustovia, is it? Oh, that's weird. Hang on. It's not in Gustovia. So it can only be in one of these three places. It's not in Hornica. Oh, come on. Oh, for goodness sake. Okay, that's kind of weird. I can't see it. Oh, it's in my village. It is. I'm so stupid. There it is. The thingy wasn't there. The quest marker. It's in my village. No, we've already got our junk ready. Oh, we've got to check and see if there's any new guys to fix up. Go to our builder. Lots of damage, apparently. That'll keep him happy for a while. Good God, that's a lot. Now let's see. Okay, there's a new one in 39 of 40. Let's see who this new guy is. Population 61. I think in the other settlement I had double that. Now let's see. Yeah, okay, we'll see who the new guy is. It could be someone back from maternity leave, is it? It is. Yeah, she needs to do some hunting, isn't it? Yeah, we'll put her in as a hunter. Yeah, she's back from maternity leave. We need to max that lady out. Hunting, hunting, hunting. That's a fishing hut. Hunting lodge. Yeah, that would do. Okay, Nicola. There you go. Should be able to max her out shortly. That's the last of the... I think I brought that one in the quest. Her stats were very, very, very bad. I wouldn't pick up a settler any other way, but if it's quest related, yeah, it's something I suppose. Now, let me see. Let's see what we're like with these guys before we move on. Oh, we've got a new guy. We've got a new apprentice. Myro. We'll just call him Myro. I actually might have to... I might have to start the stalls off again for these guys. There's enough of them in now to make worth my while, I suppose. Okay. Let's check the other one. Blacksmith, cook, animal breeder, hunter, blacksmith, water carrier. Yeah. Right. Okay. Let's start off this again. I'm gonna do this. I'll do it with 2, I suppose, and get it over with. Now I'll have to use one of the farmers for this. All the miners are kind of tapped out. Oh, hang on, before I do. Once you have them in as apprentices, you can't see what they're doing, let's say when they turn 18, so... The only way to really check this is here on the houses. Okay. 14, 17. We'll see if anyone is 18, then we've pretty much got them. 15. 15. No. There should be a better system than this. They'll usually just go right into the job you had them on an apprentice. If there's enough room, so you can't see. What I want to do with these, I want to shack them up in a house as quick as possible. But you don't get any warning about that. Okay. Oh, I think we're pretty good. A lot of 17-year-olds. We should have an influx of harp shortly, I'd say. Yeah, okay, we're good. Now, what I don't want to do... But yeah, we wanted to do something with this barter thingy. Where is it? We'll get 2 up and running. We'll just take the farmers. We'll be here for a while anyway, so I'll give the other guys enough time to finish. So we'll take farmers for that. Now, where's that new guy? This is about really max out quickly on this skill. If you've got it at 100% with a level 10 guy. Right, that's one. Now we need one more. We need farmers. You'll do. We'll get another guy here. Yeah, we'll put the cook in. There. Now we can be off. We'll probably do our rounds first and get it over with. Giving the farmers a little bit of time. Yeah, I think we're ready. Yeah, we just keep an eye on them now. Okay. Let's do our rounds and then we can come back and do something. Oh, the challenge. Let's see what this guy wants. How's that 4 doing? Ah ha ha. Okay, we need a saddle. That's the last one I've got to fix. Just get rid of that. More of a decoration thing than anything else, I suppose. All this junk will be going once I find a spot for it inside. Now they'll put me to that horse, but this is my guy, so we've got to get on. And then we get off, and that's it. That's my steed again. Right, that's done. Now let's see what this guy wants. With a bit of luck, it's just some junk that we can make here. Speaking of junk that we can make here, I'll have to check tools in a moment. I think these guys are okay for another season at least. And the special vendor is not here, no. But he is. Right, what you want?
Hello there.
What does the king desire? Oh, blah blah blah. Moats around us, certain defences, military tools. So he'll probably want all available shovels. Okay. He wants a wooden shovel, copper shovel, bronze shovel, iron shovel. Okay. Bronze, copper, wood. Wood is okay. Copper and bronze. Okay. Okay. We'll see what we need. We'll try and get rid of this guy before we move on. Oh, yeah, yeah. Was it 4, isn't it? And then, let's see what the bronze one is. Now we need 4 wooden shovels, isn't it? Yeah. And I might as well make 4 iron ones just to keep her on. 4 wooden. How do we do this again? Yeah. That's 4. So, bronze. I don't think I've got any bronze. What do we need for that guy? That would take logs, blah blah blah. We need 2, so we need 8 bronze bars. I think we can do so. Oh! We got a ton of bronze. Cool. Didn't know we had any. And let me do 4 more iron. That's it, we should be finished with that guy. Yeah, that was quite handy when he spawns here. Else we'll have to come back here and do this. Now, get out of the way, Stump. I'll do something here later when I get a chance. There's just too many other things to do. Where did he go? Oh, okay.
Hello there.
Hang on.
Have a good day.
Oh, it's 42 wooden shovels. I thought it was 4. Okay, 42. So,
Shouldn't drink too much.
okay.
The king's representative after all.
Okay.
Okay, that will be the last one.
Okay, I didn't see that one. There, that should be enough. There. Done. No, okay. Let's get out of here. We'll quickly do our rounds. I don't think there's much I want. I need to start getting rid of some of the junk I have here. But I could do it at least maybe 15 more houses, I suppose. That's where most of them will probably be going down there. I have to do something here as well. Maybe one house and the blacksmiths, maybe. The ground is a bit iffy. I'll have to figure it out. Now. Right, we're all done. One more look at our apprentices to see if everything is okay, and then we're off. Yeah, you see that? That guy was a 4 when he went in, now he's a 5. It's very, very quick. It's the quickest one there, that stone holder thing. Depends on what you're selling as well. He's a 5 as well. Hunter... Blacksmith... Yeah, okay. No, I've been picking up animal feed because I haven't got enough guys in. You know, they're already doing the wheat and stuff, and I won't be able to keep up if I do the feed, so I've been picking up the feed until I get enough guys in. That's why I've been kind of backlogged with grain. I've been buying it. So can we do this? Well, stick back into that garden.
Let me show you my wares.
Oh. Okay. There's chickens here. Oh, I haven't done chickens yet, or geese. We're looking for a decent spot for that.
Greetings. Trade is in my nature.
Yeah, let's get rid of some of this junk here. There's lots of milk, apparently.
What can I do? Do you need anything? Goodbye, dear.
Right, next. Now, I found that beetroot barn. I'm pretty much almost done with that thing. It's just got to wait till I switch over to the other guy. So at least now I can use this from now on. I don't have to go looking for him.
How is life treating you?
We're off to... what's that? Tutki. Interesting name.
What can... Let me show you my wares. Not good luck.
I hate it when I've got to go all the way down here for this hunter.
Farewell.
That's another one gone. Yeah, I haven't been buying dye for ages. I have a kind of big stockpile of it. No point.
How do you do?
No point.
Hail, friend.
Prices so low you don't need to haggle.
And good luck.
It's just a special vendor, the one we need to be looking for.
How to see you so...
Pretty quick when you use the
How
wagon.
can I help you?
Where's that other guy? There he is. Yeah, we're full up with animals as well, so there's no point in looking for those. Except the chickens, but I need to make a spot for those. I was thinking on that place between the mill, around the mill there, but I'll probably double up on them.
Greeting! I've been a vendor since before you could walk. Take care!
Hello there. Whatever you need, I've got it.
That's it, we're pretty much done there. Right, one more and we're at, what is it, the halfway stage.
How can I help you?
Let me see.
How is life treating you? Best goods in the realm.
Oh, that was exact amount on that one. Speaking of exact amount. I remember, it was a long time ago. I was flying in from Germany. I think I got to Heathrow. And I think it was in London. I needed to get a bus. I think it was like £2 or something, or 170 or something like that. But I didn't have any change, but I did have a £5 note. So I said to the conductor, well, he said we don't do change. I said, just, keep it, He wouldn't accept it. Put me off the bus because I wanted to pay 3 times the fare. Strange. They should have a system there, let's say, where to get anything over and above, if they're iffy about it, maybe give it a charity or something. But I don't know how many times I couldn't catch a bus because of that. A silly system. I suppose I can understand, in a sense, but I think it's just red tape and stupidity. Yeah, let me get something to drink. Yeah, I had to get a taxi later. It cost a fortune in London. Now, I'll get another one of these later. We'll just put that away. Okay, one more NPC and then Gostovia.
Greetings. Everything you need. Be safe.
Hello.
Oh, we might wait our vendor here, will we? But he usually shows up in Ornica.
Hello. The price is so low you don't need to haggle. There. Have a nice day.
4 of these guys.
What can I...
Yeah. If you're lucky, see those spruce trees? I have like hundreds and hundreds on the settlement. If you're lucky, you'd average maybe 2 of those seeds per season buying them elsewhere. But lucky, you can chop the trees and get them. But after doing, let's say, about 1,000 trees and counting it, it's a drop rate of about I would say maybe about 8%. It's horrible. About 8 seeds to the 110 if you're really lucky. But I think it averages out maybe 9-ish.
I hope to see you soon.
I'm not sure that settlement can take so many trees, but we're going to find out.
It was nice seeing you.
What can I got everything you need? It was nice.
Right, Denica. Denica, Lencia, or Lesnica, I think it's called. Then the other 2 major ones. Alright. Then we're done. Get back, see how our apprentices are doing, and we'll stick into that garden.
How is life treating you?
Welcome. Trade is in my nature. Hope to see you soon.
How up? Good luck.
How is life?
Mm-hmm. Oh, that was spot on. Right.
It's a constant process of
Lesnica, I
How
think
do
it's
you do?
called. Yeah, Lesnica. And they're probably based on real places, I'd say. Maybe some old medieval towns, but a lot of those towns actually kept their names.
strike you down with a vicious blow. How have you been?
Yeah, this one is easy. He actually throws the iron he wants. What does he want? 4.
Can I help you with that? I've been a vendor since
No, just grab 4.
it was nice.
How are you? I've been a vendor since.
No, get rid of these iron arrows.
Have a good day.
2 more. And then we've just got the 2 main the 2 main towns to do.
And I
And that
help
vendor
you
will
with
be in
anything.
1. It's usually Hornica.
Do you need anything? Good luck.
What can I? Best prices in the area. Have a good day.
No, this is Jezrika, I think it's called. Just 2 vendors, so we'll be out pretty quick. Oh, hi, Kitsune. And how have you been? Very annoying. It's probably the micromanagement you've got to do at the start. It takes a while, but you'll get into it really quick. What most people do is they build up too fast, you know. But if you're familiar with the system, very, very easy. Yeah. Yeah. The second one you mentioned, it's the same promotion guys, but not the same devs. Yeah. Toplets was the producers for these guys. The dev company was Render Cube. Yeah. The devs that did that was Render Cube. I think the second one you mentioned, the kind of Japanese one, Toplets as well, but I think the devs were different. Yeah, this one is pretty good, but we had a guy on who was played this one, really liked it, and on the strength of this, he got that Shingoku, is it? Yeah, the Shingoku Dynasty. He said he didn't like it at all, but when he looked deeper into it, he said, you know, the same guys, Toplets, but not the same devs. But let's say Render Cube. Yeah, they're pretty talented. They're pretty decent. Yeah. But for what it is, let's say an indie game of this, the graphics are good. Everything is pretty good. Especially, let's say, when it comes to the NPCs. They're impressive.
Hello there.
Like, if you're doing a kind of a settlement thing in gaming, let's say out from the PC stuff on console, you know, it's pretty much the BGS stuff that you see on the likes of Fallout 4, and you know, those guys are pretty buggy. You know, they're not too bad. Sometimes they'll spawn underground, top of houses, that kind of usual stuff for BGS, but they can reasonably find a way around, let's say, on an original settlement. But when you make any adjustments to a settlement, yeah, they're walking into walls and falling off edges, and it's very, very immersion breaking. On this, yeah, they're flawless. They're pretty good. They need to merge the best of both and reskin the games to be medieval. Yeah, most likely. Oh, hi Kat, how have you been? In different ways, yeah. With this, for a lot of people, it's the micromanagement. You know, that probably start off, you know, too quickly. Yeah, probably start off way too quickly. But, you know, once you get into it, it's easy enough. And there's sliders in this game as well, so you can make it easier for yourself if you want to. I'm sorry guys, I'm just, you know, drinking lots and lots of liquid. I have to stay hydrated. Yeah, it isn't too bad if you know the system. You know, let's say you can have a settlement working perfectly, but if anyone passes away, you know, you bring in another guy on a different skill level, we can kind of mess it up a little bit. Or when, you know, an NPC goes out, let's say, you know, after starting a family for a couple of years, you replace them with someone, it can get a bit iffy as well. But for the best part, it will run itself, you know. Water, actually, yeah. I put a little juice in the water. Can't do the coffee. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you feel better soon. Halloween. Oh, that's cool. You had a visit from your uncle. Went back home. Had fun while I was here. Well, that was nice. You know, you got to spend some time with him, if only for a little while, Cat. I just rotate my guys. Yeah, that's what I do as well. I get 10s in skills. Yeah. 3 days. Nice.
How can I help you?
Now, okay. You could specialize them as well. You wouldn't have to go that far, but it's kind of fun. You know what I mean? To max them out. Okay, as usual, the special NPC is in Ornica. Excuse me. Rex, now's not the time. I'm playing my game. Here, come on, I'll lift you up. Why do you always wake up at this time? Come on. It's my doggo. He's very old. He's about 3 years at least past his normal lifespan. Aren't you? You are. You're very old. Come on. Come on, I'll lift you. I'll lift you? Do you want to watch? Okay. You came in from California. Nice to see you. That way, if my wife ever dies, I can have a highly skilled wife as backup. Yeah, that's cool. He told me Disney is hurting right now and people are being mad at them. Well, there's a lot of companies are hurting. Yeah, a lot of corporations. Some kind of silly choices they made, you know. Games companies, film studios, across the board. But Disney has been hurting for a while. But I can't say I feel sorry for them, to be honest. Because even when, times were really good, they were pretty bad to their workers, Cat. I remember watching a documentary. I don't know how accurate it was, but, it was, I think it was the one in the US Disneyland. But they were interviewing this worker, and she was crying. She was saying that, with what she was getting paid, that, she had a choice to buy food or pay rent. And I think, well, it's still speculation, even though it was a documentary, that some of the employees, let's say, would sleep in their cars in the car park. That's horrible, for a company that's raking in so much cash to, not pay their employees a decent living wage. A lot of people would say, well, just get a better job. But the problem is, if everyone is paying low pay, you're getting that or zero. And then if there is any high-paid jobs, there's, so many people looking for them, and you've got bills to pay. So you'd take a job like that, hoping something better would come along, and before you know it, you're stuck there forever, No, neither do I. They did. I seen that one. Yeah. How much did they lose on that? But they said that even if they won, they wouldn't get their money back. But Nintendo has been kind of pushing it, haven't they? They want to patent everything. But that patent, anyway, didn't go through in Japan. Yeah. Well, maybe not to Nintendo's. What would have cost? Maybe 40 million, maybe? That would be, probably not a lot for Nintendo. I think they just wanted to make an example if they could. But they claimed that they copied the junk, let's say, that it was too close to the stuff that they were using. I think the judge pointed out that, well, the stuff that Nintendo did was pretty close to stuff before that, so they didn't just, so if they were guilty of it, so was Nintendo. But Nintendo were just trying to monopolize it, Nintendo one is quite surprising how Japan's legal system isn't quite honest. But aren't they all, Kitsune? Law in any country, I think, can be influenced by power and by money. And it happens, let's say, in Western countries in spades. You see corporations like Microsoft, you see corporations like Apple, getting away with what one could only say white-collar crime. Stockbrokers, you name it, getting away with either suspended sentence, and sometimes they would kind of hold maybe one or two people up for an offering, so it doesn't look so bad. But if you got enough money and power, you can get away with almost anything. Take for instance, Kitsune, when Apple was sending out, was it Apple? Yeah, was sending out updates to their older phones, purposely slowing them down. So basically damaging your phone. But eventually they got sued by some government bodies, so they must have had, if you go up against Apple, you're going to have the proof. And I think they settled for 600 or 700 million or a billion or something euros. And that was it. Me bad, you caught me. But I think the fine they got, was only a tiny, tiny percentage of what they made from actually doing it. And, any phones that harmed, well, they weren't compensated. The government or that government body, got that money. Almost like a bribe, to be honest. But nobody went to jail. If you want to stop corporate greed and corporate criminal behaviour, somebody has to always go to jail when these guys get caught. So, the buck will have to stop at someone. You know, let's say if we catch you doing something illegal, who's responsible for this? And then they get that guy and they send him to jail for a long time. That will stop it. You know what I mean? That will only that jail time. You know, but it will go on forever unless that happens. And the same can be said, I suppose, like, you know, where people are saying, like, there's a lot of illegal workers or whatever the case may be. Well, it's the same, let's say, for their employers. You know, if somebody hires an illegal worker and it's against the law, if there's some jail time put on that, that will stop the whole thing. You know, that's it. If the law just does their job. But money plays a lot, you know, in this, obviously. It's everywhere. That lack of transparency in government and especially in corporations, that's been around forever. Maybe we might not have understood it so much, let's say, before the, you know, the dawn of the internet, let's say, you know, but now, you know, you kind of hear everything. It opens your eyes, I suppose, a bit, if you weren't kind of familiar with that kind of behaviour. Absolutely, yeah. I have to be on Ireland's side with this. Claim as many people as you can as citizens and hope they come home to work. Well, we've got enough workers now. Enough. There's a massive crisis in Europe. And it's kind of crazy time. Maybe not as bad as other parts of the world, but you've got politicians and I don't know, people are pretty angry, you know, because they elected officials to work in their benefit and they seem to be just doing their own thing. A kind of situation where even though technically, let's say, a politician is an employee, let's say, you know, a civil servant, a worker of the people, they seem to be more like a landlord or a boss. I suppose that's the way it goes. But things are changing, you know. It's only when enough people get too annoyed. But this is something that's, you know, kind of going all the way across Europe. It's not going to stop any time, I'd say, too soon. But you see stuff like that on the media, let's say here. It kind of makes it look like, you know, the whole country is in uproar. But it's just in, you know, little spots here and there, let's say, that kind of had enough. Media always like to, well, I won't say sensationalize, but show all the bad things. Bad stuff sells, doesn't it? Now, okay. Let's get these guys. What are we looking? Oh, we're looking for this other guy. He's down here, and then we just get one more village. No problem. No problem. I was just saying there's been, let's say, a lot of unrest across Europe. I suppose we're no different. Policies that, let's say, the people see as, you know, unrealistic and unsustainable. And instead of trying to rectify any problems they have, or, you know, improving services and stuff, they seem to be just ramping up on their previous decisions and doubling down.
Ah, you have returned. Trade is in my nature.
There we go. One more and then we're off. We go back and we do a bit of decorating and see what we can do in that garden. Do as much as I can and we move on. Again, I tend to do stuff in layers. And even sometimes change stuff later if I come up with a better plan. I'll give us something to do as well while we're taking in the crops. We have to wait 3 days in the season anyway. Right, last one. Hornica. A massive 6 vendors here. 7, I think. With the special, isn't it? Yeah, this has got the most vendors. So I suppose this would be considered the main one.
How is life? Can I interest you in some of my wares?
We'll be out of here shortly.
See you around.
I've got so much junk stored up, I don't really need anything. Not until we go into another large... Hey! Are you... Oh, there she is. I thought we missed her. Did you notice that, Kitsune? Sometimes this NPC doesn't show up. It's rare. Or a lot of times, let's say, they have 0 in their menu. I found a way around that. For 5 seasons in a row, they had nothing in their menu, but they kept showing up, let's say, in Hornica, or 0, yeah. So what I did was, I kept kind of save scumming until I got one of them to spawn in one of my taverns, and then they had some stuff, and then it started to go back to normal again, you know, yeah. I think I might have bought everything from them, but they didn't restock their inventory when they came back in. If they start spawning too much in the same place, it gets a bit buggy. Yeah. Skip. Yeah.
How can I help?
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, we'll take that. Well, that's what I really want. The Majestic Seeds. You're only going to get 1 a season. And now I'm starting to buy tons of these just in case it stays bugged. I doubt it will. I think I found a fix for it. Kind of got worried for a while.
See you around. Oh,
Yeah, if you ever get that problem, Yeah, if you ever get that problem where they don't seem to have anything, anytime, they'll probably keep spawning in the same 2 areas. Just build yourself a tavern or 2 or even 3. You know, you don't have to keep them. And keep saves coming through the season and get them to spawn in your settlement, and then it should fix itself. I was forced to do village hopping for early games. 50. I did that in the beginning. I had a ton of guys, and I found if you're playing the game a long time, they all age around the same time. So what I did this time, I did 2.5 dozen. I did 30. And now I'm relying on their descendants, you know? Which I think makes it interesting. And pub crawling for special items. Yeah, the Oxbow map is not too bad. This one, finding that... Oh, I found that stupid beetroot barn. I was doing the challenges on the sign. So all I've got to do now is switch over to my son, and I've got them all. The duck one was probably the hardest. But I couldn't... very early game, I found him somewhere or whatever, but... You know, I didn't have the sign at the time. But it took me a long time to find him after. But on this map, I know exactly where he comes in quite often on the Oxbow map. But here, this is where I actually found him. If you're ever looking for that guy. Might take a few seasons, but he'll eventually spawn in. Yeah, here it is. You see here? Just go down this road here, and I found him right there. Right there, just before you get to the crossroads. That's where he spawned for me. Couldn't believe it. Yeah. But it took me about 20 seasons to find that guy.
oh,
Can I interest you in some of my wares?
goodbye.
No more casting for the next band member.
Yeah. They're small ones, though. You get around them, yeah. If the emerging games and just develop the core to reskin, it would be constant and easier to diagnose and treat problems with the game. Probably, yeah. I've never really got any problems, except that one with restocking the inventory. And the likes of special NPCs spawning, which would be more of a kind of a rare, just rare spawns kind of thing, I suppose. But never really had much, almost zero problems with the game. And even if, let's say, you couldn't get any more of the special items from the DLC, it's not going to kill that much, Yeah. Oh, it spawned into your house. Oh, that's some bad stuff. Yeah. Well, basically, when you take out the stump, like Valheim, it should stay away forever. So what you're saying is, even when you took out the stump, it came back? Horrible. There's a lot of that junk going on in Starfield and some other games as well. Yeah. Yeah. Spawned into your house. Oh my. Yeah, that's going to be a problem. Oh, on that one, I'm not familiar with that other game. But in this one here, it's just a normal tree. You take it down. It'll grow back in about 2 years, I think. And if you leave the stump, it will... I took down forests a lot in the beginning.
Welcome. Let me show you my wares. It was nice seeing you.
Now we've just 3 more vendors to hit and then we're off. I'm buying this for the meantime until I get enough guys in. I could have plenty in now, but where's the fun in that? Just wanted to start off with those 2.5 dozen guys and try and get kind of generation gaps between them. That's why I've been trying to kind of get through that. Season's a little quicker.
Be safe.
Just 2 more now. In the kind of Japanese set one. But I heard it was it's the same Toplets guys that produced the game. But I think the devs were different. Or at least someone that was on here said so.
Only the best products here. Goodbye.
Right, 1 more. And then we're done.
Oh, it's you. Wants to see my wares?
Now, I want to get rid of the food first, obviously. That's it. It's good enough for me. We are done. Let's get home. And they are a bit cringe, yeah. Did they want a voiceover? Yeah. Yeah. But it's not too bad, I suppose. But some of them are. Yeah, it is. There's some really good accents out there. I suppose you could go with. The Eastern European is okay as well, but there's a lot of that here. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And then there's AI as well you could go to, couldn't you? Speaking of AI as well, I can't watch YouTube anymore. It's ridiculous, the amount of deepfake videos that's there. Did you notice that, Kitsune? Yeah, YouTube don't seem to be doing much to stop it. Now, deepfake is not too bad if it's, funny stuff and it's not affecting anyone. But what I see deepfake doing is, they're getting renowned, well, let's say physicists, stuff like that. And, basically kind of driving alien conspiracy theories and that. It's horrible. I would imagine, you know, people, let's say deep fake videos on the likes of, let's say, that British scientist, that Brian Cox, and that Japanese physicist as well. Not exactly saying aliens and stuff about this AI atlas, but I'm getting bombarded with that because I checked out, you know, that comet or whatever it is. Yeah. But, you know, that could be harmful. A lot of people will probably think that's real, and that might be harmful to these people's career. I'd imagine that, you know, they might be able to sue YouTube for allowing this garbage, you know, on their channel. But I suppose YouTube is getting tons of views, you know. But I seen a proper statement from Brian Cox, and, you know, he even was complaining about it. You know, and he pretty much, you know, in a kind of diplomatic way, you know, called them, you know, let's say kind of crazy and conspiracy theorists. A lot of them weren't exactly happy, but, you know, they were using his form without any consent, you know, and getting that form to say stuff that he would never say. You're starting to get, yeah, you probably clicked on something, and now you're caught in that loop. When it didn't happen. Yeah, you get a lot of that stuff. You do know that a lot of people actually believe everything they see on that. Or they need to seriously crack down. I'm gone in the way I won't watch YouTube anymore. And now, it's getting better, to be honest. There's certain tells, let's say. First of all, characters will do too many hand movements. Like, let's say, the one from Brian Cox. This guy looked like he was on crack cocaine because he was moving so much. You know, little kind of movement tells they have. Well, Brian Cox will always use his hands when he's explaining, but not as much as this video. This guy looked like he was on fire. But lots of words as well that the AI would have, like, let's say, problems with. The acronyms, like NASA, for instance. You know, the American space thing. But the deepfake of Brian Cox was calling it NASA. Yeah, something like NASA. It was breaking it down 2-2 instead of breaking it down 3-1. NASA. So it has problems with words like that, but they'll eventually get around to that and kind of fix it. And if they stop the movements as well, yeah, it's getting harder all the time to tell us, you know, what's going on. But yeah, it's a problem. No, neither do I. The funny ones or stuff like that. But I think I draw the line when they're using someone's avatar, let's say, to push their conspiracy theories and that, you know. Oh, absolutely, yeah, in the fiction sense, but they're trying to push it as fact, Kitsune. You know, like the pictures of AI Atlas that was proved to be a fake was actually a microbe, which, you know, kind of strangely moves a little bit like it. It is pretty strange, whatever it is, asteroid or comet or whatever the case may be. But it's come from way outside our solar system. You know, for all we know, you know, we don't know much. There might be, you know, different, well, I won't say physics, but let's say different compounds, different metals, stuff that there's a million, you know, reasons why something. But it is intriguing. But, you know, aliens, I'm not saying it's not possible. It probably is, but it's highly unlikely. But, you know, once we see it in, December, and everyone has a proper look at it, and all these guys will stop making the YouTube videos, and all the guys that said it's 100% aliens and that, they'll forget what they said and they'll move on to some other conspiracy theory. This is just the way it goes. But it is hurting people's intelligence as well. Because you'll be surprised, you know, how many people, especially young people, all they know is what they see on social media. getting these. Like popping bubbles on plastic. There. When they have been hoodwinked and stuff, believe me. Yeah, then it gets to the stage where you don't know what to believe. It is confusing. But a little bit of critical thinking, let's say, and logic, you know, should apply. Like, if you see a lot of videos with prominent scientists and physicists kind of hinting that something they see in space, let's say that they have no proof of whatsoever that it might be aliens, like, some red flags should go up there and you should look a little bit deeper into it, you know? Now, if they use, let's say, an AI generated image of no one in particular, that might be a different story, but you know, still almost as bad, I suppose. But using well-known scientists and physicists, let's say, to push, and this guy Avi something, he's not exactly helping. He's not saying they're aliens, you know, or anything like that, but you know, he's saying there's a 4 out of 10 chance that they are. Avi reminds me of guys we call here, what's the saying again? Hunt with a hound, run with a hare and hunt with a hound. I think Avi is selling some books, I think, about aliens and stuff, so obviously he doesn't want to ruin his career coming out and saying, you know, and I totally believe he doesn't think so either. Well, isn't it good to sell books, I suppose? I'm not even saying that. What I'm saying is, you know, because he's profiting from it, he is, by definition, compromised. I totally want aliens to be... The possibility is quite real, Kitsune, in the vast, vast universe that we're in. It probably is. The problem, I think, is the vast distances. I think if there is anyone out there, which there probably is, there's a better chance of not being there. I think the vast distances, it's too much. There might as well be no one, because I don't think we'll ever see them. But is it possible? Sure, it is. You blame SETI, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, to... I don't know. They were always going to do stuff like that again, and then, you know, people met up to conspiracy theories and stuff. It would be something like Roswell. You know, they wanted a nice little base where they could do some research and stuff. And people kept saying they had flying saucers and stuff. The government doesn't help sometimes by kind of denying certain things, maybe wanting to hide their tech and, you know, obvious cover-up, and then people will come in with alien stuff. But the vast amount of people that would push conspiracy theories would usually be the vulnerable and the attention seekers and stuff. But, you know, there can be exceptions. Sometimes a conspiracy theory can be true. One in particular would have been the MK Ultra one. That was a conspiracy theory for a long time, and it was proved to be real. But that's 1 in 1,000. And this is the problem when you're talking with conspiracy theories, Kitsune. They'll always go back to MK Ultra to prove some other kind of unbelievable, fantastical conspiracy theory. So a kind of logic that, well, that was true, so this is true. Whereas if you're defending any kind of logic, you've got to tear down each and every conspiracy theory, all of them, and they just have to go to one. But I've yet to have a discussion with a conspiracy theorist that would not wind up with the CIA. Yeah. You know? I got thousands of light years just to pick a fight. Yeah, well, the universe is abundant in everything. It's not like sci-fi movies where, oh, you've got water. Like, water is everywhere in the universe. Would they need some kind of slave labor? I think if they're advanced enough to do that, they've probably got robots and stuff. I would think they'd have no interest in us, to be honest. But judging by human history, not that that's the same, every time, let's say, one civilization met another and they were behind in tech, it's never turned out too good, let's say, for the guys that were behind. Talking about the Spanish and the Aztecs, but that's just human history. Yeah. Where can we have your DNA? You seem tasty. Well, if they had that kind of tech, all they would have to do is maybe 50 years ago, maybe abduct someone, get their DNA and synthesize it. Yeah. I can't see why. I'm not saying it wouldn't happen. There might be just some races out there that are kind of evil. And then you'd go with the stuff that, if we're starting to make kind of advances in technology, they might see us as a threat and take us out before we become a threat. And that, again, is a pretty kind of far-fetched, I suppose. Anything is possible, but highly unlikely, Yeah. But if they can travel here, they're thousands of years ahead of us, if not millions. But there's some fundamental physics that we understand to be in the universe, and the chances of someone coming from another solar system or whatever the case may be would be highly unlikely. They would probably do what NASA has been doing, sending out drones and robots and stuff like that, I suppose. That would, if we do ever come in contact with something intelligent, it would probably be artificial. That's probably the way they'd go. But still, you've got an expanding universe. It's an interesting one. Yeah, well, we can almost do it now, to be honest. We can clone animals and stuff, and we would be in the Stone Age compared to someone, let's say, that had interstellar travel. So you can imagine, let's say, what they could do. They could clone whatever they wanted to as well. Probably do it properly. I want a jar of dirt. Why would I upset so many people to go up to my local park and get some? Yeah, but the stuff that we have in this planet, let's say, it's everywhere in the universe. It would be like, if you were living on a beach, yeah, where you've got billions of tons of sand, and you invaded your neighbor because you wanted to take some of his sand. It makes no sense, because, anything that we have here is abundant in the universe, especially water. Just because we can't see a lot of it here, let's say, but it's frozen, whatever the case may be, but, it's pretty common. But is there other life out there? The possibility is there. There's more of a possibility that there is something out there. It would be... I think it would be folly to think that we are the only ones. But as I said, I think it's so vast, and whatever the case may be, there might as well be no one. Yeah. And if we do ever come in contact with something, it will probably be something sent out, some kind of artificial intelligence. Sci-fi movies have touched on everything like this a lot. There's nothing, let's say, that we can come up with now that hasn't been explored in the past. And makes for some good movies. But yeah, this deep AI thing it's going to be a massive problem. If social media has dumbed everyone down a lot, this one is really going to, do the finishing blow on what's left of people's grey matter. And as you said as well, it filters a lot of accurate information and makes it less credible as well. So it's a problem in a lot of aspects. Yeah, getting a small bit of performance issues here. It should clear, I'd say. Now, what we need to do is dump off the junk we have, and we'll wait till morning. We'll check on our guys. The grey goo theory. Which one is that? Like, what we know about the universe is very, very limited. We know there's a black holes and that, but we can't 100% prove it. You know? There's a lot of things we can't explain about what's happening in physics, or let's say on the larger scale, which we like to call dark matter, for want of a better word. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, if you get an artificial life form, let's say, with a certain program for self-replication, and it goes wrong, we're kind of facing it here in a different sense. It's basically the fear of machines in that sense, you know, going nuts. So, yeah, it's like some scary things that's happening with AI. How true it is, I don't know, but I remember one guy. And this wasn't a deep fake, but were they telling the truth, that's another thing. So I'll be taking this one Kitsune with a grain of salt. But, you know, he was in there, they were developing AI and looking at AI, the stuff like we have now, that kind of stuff. Even Chat GPU and all of that, and that Chinese one that came out as well, and a few other ones. But they were doing some tests and stuff. How true this is, you'll probably find it on the internet, but, you know, it was entertaining, to say the least. But what they did was they put it in charge of the emails and stuff, you know, that would be going through. So this guy, they were doing a test, and he was pretending to have an affair with someone in at the company. And then there was an email come in saying that he was the one that had to decommission the AI, and it sent him a blackmailing letter. Said it would expose him if he decommissioned it. Now that's true. That's mega scary. Then there was they did a kind of scenario where you're trapped in a room with a locked door, and if you don't get out, you're going to die. I think some of the more intelligent AI, 96% of the time they'll let the guy die. Now, you'll hear this argument about the robotic laws and that kind of stuff. So they programmed something like that into it. That did help. Yeah, they only killed him, I think, 1/3 of the time. They only killed him. So it helped a little bit. And apparently, the more basic the AI, the better chance you have of it, let's say, not turning on you. Again, how true this is, I don't know. But it's scary if we have such basic AI compared to what it could become. My issue, well, even if you don't subscribe to, you know, putting that in control of weapons to save money, taking out the human factor and it going Skynet like Terminator, even if you run too many systems on that with not enough human oversight, the chances of hacking into that system, maybe ordering a nuclear strike on another country, and, you know, getting a retaliation, starting off a lot of bad stuff. It's there. Everyone knows the fear, and everyone knows the problems with that. The problem is, when it comes to people saving money, corporations and whatever the case may be, taking people's jobs and cutting them out of the loop, and, you know, greed, basically. No matter what the odds are of something happening, they'll always go for short-term cash. And eventually that will, you know, become something that we'll regret, I think. But I remember one guy talking about it, and he was diplomatic as he could be, I suppose. But apparently he was, you know, one of the first guys ever that was looking into this in the 60s and 70s and whatever. And, you know, he had some grave concerns too. will it ever become what we would consider to be conscious? It's kind of hard to believe. But if you program an order into something and you tell it to fulfill that at all costs, you know, it might do whatever it needs to do to get that done, I suppose. It's hard to know. But yeah, sci-fi has touched on that kind of self-replicating thing as well. All interesting stuff. And definitely something maybe to look out for in the future. But if they come up with systems, let's say, that seem to be a lot better, more efficient, you know, saving money, and even if it's a benefit to the people, I can always see it become a risk, to be honest. Oh, hi Cajun, and how are you? Pretty good, pretty good. And what have you been up to? Yeah, we were just talking about the deepfakes that YouTube has been running day and night. It's gotten to the stage now where, you know, YouTube is unwatchable. It was harmless enough before, it was just fake stories and stuff. But now, you know, a lot of these guys are going overboard with these deepfakes. Nice. Nice, that's cool. Okay, let's check management. We see how these guys are doing. I will check this straight away and we'll just see what we've got. The blacksmith is 8. Stall holder is up to 8. Is it an 8? It is. The stall holder another 8. There's the hunter. He still needs to be there. The blacksmith. Water carrier. Yeah, okay. We're good. Let's get back to our little gardening work. Yeah, the deepfakes, yeah. It is a weird time. We're at a stage now where, you know, it's not too hard to spot the deepfakes. It usually goes with too much hand movements, and deepfake has a problem with acronyms. You know, like, let's say NASA. I was watching one in particular and they were deepfaking Brian Cox. You know, about the Tri Atlas. Yeah, it had a serious problem with NASA. You know, it's broken up into, you know, Tree 1, NAS, NAS, and then NASA. It was breaking it 2-2. Something like NASA, yeah. Yeah, Brian Cox was saying NASA. So, like, you know, that's definitely a deepfake. And anyway, he was doing too much hand movement. No, he wasn't saying anything about aliens and that, but in the deepfake. But he was kind of creating that narrative. Something like that would be, you know, if people were to believe that, would definitely, how could I put this? Dilute someone's standing, you know? I believe the possibility of something out there is very, very high occasion. Let's say it's more possible than impossible. But I do believe that the sheer expanse of the universe and the distances between us, I think that the chances of ever seeing anything it's very, very, very remote. You know, there's certain physics that we know of that, you know, if we do ever meet anything, and let's say intelligent, it would probably be some kind of probe, to be honest. But the chances is pretty high. The chances of us ever seeing anything or proving it is extremely low. Yeah, extremely low. Mm. Well, the sheer size of the universe, Cajun. You know, it's like if we were living on a beach, and you know how many grains of sand are on a beach, and we were living on one of those grains of sand. That's our solar system, let's say. And we were saying, well, you know, there's no chance of anyone else living on a grain of sand. You know, I think the possibility is pretty high. I think there might be a varied kind of assortment. You know, whether it would be carbon based is another thing. Silicon, I suppose, or something else. But no, chances are there's a lot. You know. Absolutely, yeah. Now, there's a few ways of looking at this. There's the expanding universe, of course, you know. And there's, well, let's say, you know, the galaxies moving away from each other. So, you know, that's going to make it a little bit harder again. The sheer size of space. You know, let's say if we were some Stone Age guys, Cajun, and we were living, let's say, in the UK. And then there was some Stone Age guys, let's say, living in Hawaii. You know, the chances of us ever meeting was 0. And I think it's something like that. You know, it's just too much. And then let's say you could say, might it be possible, let's say, to defy the physics that we know? I suppose. But then there's another problem. You know, there's almost a trial by fire. From our perspective anyway, with any civilization, you know, wants to become too advanced, they will usually turn it on each other and probably annihilate each other, you know, before, you know, they get to the stage where they can do great things, I suppose. You know, if you had a technology, let's say, that could, you know, maybe beat the speed of light, or, you know, you could travel to another solar system, or whatever, in a matter of days. You're talking about some major tech. Would the people who have that, aliens or not, use that for some kind of world domination and start off a chain of events that would destroy anything? Probably likely. So there's tons of ways of looking at it. There's definitely a possibility. Again, highly unlikely, but the possibility is always there. I couldn't even put odds on something like that. But the odds, I'd say, would be way out. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, it's the problem with something like that. It's the kind of technology you just wouldn't get overnight, Cation. There would be, you know, would be over the space of thousands of years, and with a little bit better technology every time until you actually get there. And you know, the chance of doing something stupid with it it's there. But it have to be some really special life forms, you know. Yeah, this is the thing that they would always go. Like, the universe is full of resources. You know, there's nothing unusual on our planet that isn't everywhere else, and that's including water, you know. And if they have the kind of technology to go to our planet, they can go wherever they want, and they can probably, you know, mine asteroids, do stuff like that. I couldn't see that be a problem, you know. But if there's some kind of evil kind of thing, that maybe, I think our greatest chance would probably be the theory that, you know, if we get too advanced, they might look at us as a threat and kind of stamp us out for the ants we are before we get too powerful. If there was some kind of Star Wars thing going on out there where you had one kind of solar system that was dominating everyone else, that's possible as well, I suppose. But it's a big, big possibility. That would be a slim chance possibility based on another one, and based on another one, the odds would be fantastic. But the odds would still be there. Yeah. Yeah, but, like, remember how all of these elements formed? Occasion out of maybe 2 or 3, you know, different stuff, and the way they were heated and fused, and the conditions they were put in, and the way they were mixed. I'm sure that, you know, if you had that kind of technology, you could pretty much gather up any kind of junk and make whatever you wanted from it. Hmm. Yeah, well, the gold and platinum would be from, let's say, stars going supernova. We have a pretty young sun, so you can imagine all of the stars that went sideways, going up to that. So if you had the right technology, gold and that other stuff would be as common as dirt on our planet. And if you could, let's say, speed up stuff with that kind of technology, you could pretty much do a kind of alchemy thing and just create it yourself, Remember, if they get here, they've got some serious tech. And if they've got some serious tech, those things would be probably nothing to them. But here, if we developed that kind of technology, yeah, we'd be finished. Yeah, we'd never live to enjoy it. Like, the only, how could I put this? The only reason, let's say, that we developed nuclear war was for a weapon, really. Even after, let's say, we got our weapons and whatever, and there was a couple of choices of elements that could be used. One was plutonium, and I forget what the other one was. I think it's a little bit more down the periodic table. But this one was more stable, had less waste, less radiation, and probably gave out more energy. But they didn't want to use it. They wanted to kill two birds with one stone. They wanted to create energy to use, nuclear power plants, but they wanted the waste as well to build weapons. So, that can show you the way we look at tech. Not saying that an alien species would do the same. But here, when there's any new tech, that's discovered in a country, or let's say, the guy who discovered it is from there, it is, I think by law, a government can take it over as kind of national security kind of thing. That would be offered up to the military to see if they can make any use of it. And if they can, they'll use it. And then when it becomes obsolete and they get something better, they'll usually, push it out to private companies to make some money from. The private companies then obviously kind of prop them up, We are. And this is the problem. We really don't care, because, that's in 100 years, or, that's in 50 years, or that's in 1,000 years. And even if everyone realized this, let's say, if you're living in a poor country where, you're fighting for survival, where getting enough food in a day is a problem, you're not going to mind doing pollution, let's say, because, you're not thinking about 100 years, you're thinking about surviving today. To solve this problem, there would have to be no more hunger, none of that stuff. Yeah. There's only one way we'll stop. There has to be a catastrophe. There would need to be a catastrophe to wipe out maybe 95% of humanity. And then let's say from the ruins that we would come up and, we would be obviously a lot better until everything kind of cleans up and we get overpopulated again and the whole thing starts over again. No, that's the only way. That's the only way we ever do anything. It's when we're on the brink, when we have to. But sometimes doing something and leaving it too long, you can kind of pass a point of no return. Even at that, I don't think it's enough, to be honest. Like, the only major changes we've ever had on this planet was due to catastrophe. Let's say here in Europe, think of the plague, both pneumonic and bubonic plague. That apparently wiped out at least 1/3 of the European population. It was much higher, but I have it roughly estimated to that. That led in work shortage and skilled labour and stuff like that. And before this happened, Cajun, people were pretty much serfs, slaves. They literally had to work for food and a roof, and that roof and food could be taken away from them any time. Yeah, it was serfdom. Um, but then let's say when enough people were taken out of the equation, especially the skilled labour, you have to get the right people in, you have to offer them more, and that's what it was kind of based on. You know. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. The thing with dictators, like, let's say if you got a dictator and he was like the second coming. He was the wisest man in the world and the greatest guy, and he controlled everything and he did it perfect. He's not going to live forever. And the guy in after him, it's pretty much like monarchy, you know. You might get the greatest king ever that really loved his people, and then his son might be an ass, you know. Yeah, yeah, but it's in our nature, for conflict. Um, we've always got to be the alpha, I suppose. It's like we're not happy until we have more than someone else. I've seen this play out time and time again, you know. Yeah, yeah. We'll always want something, you know. It's basically in our nature. But all we can do is limp on. But we are improving. Occasion. Let's say, we're in a better situation now, let's say, than we were 200 or 300 or 100 years ago. Yeah, we are, kind of. But we can backslip at any time, you know. Yeah. Well, put it this way. If you were living in Europe in, let's say, the 14th century, you'd probably be working on a farm maybe 14 hours a day, just for food and a roof over your head. And some noble could, come into town and take your kids, or, do nasty things to your family, and just for fun. And there's zero you could do against that. Now it's obviously different. We definitely have a better standard of life, Well, every country obviously would have, different systems, I suppose. A different culture, let's say, where some things might be widely accepted and some not. But, this could happen anywhere. From your Xbox list. Well, the same would happen in any country, really. We're living in kind of crazy times where people can get on the internet too much and kind of go down rabbit holes on that. But it's not just people from the US, but it's people from anywhere, Britain as well, let's say. People have, well, some, not all, have become kind of, pretty toxic. Yeah, I know. A lot of people would do it for attention, I suppose, Cajun. But I don't think that as a certain kind of a country problem. I think that as a worldwide kind of thing. The world is full of strange people. Obviously, let's say, the reasons for doing such things could be, obviously varied, attention, or, well, put it this way. Even if you didn't believe in that ideology, that CKO kind of stuff, if you were having an argument with someone that would find that offensive, even if you didn't believe in that kind of stuff, you would probably say it just to hurt them. There's that kind of thing as well, where things can, be kind of done that way. We do tend to kind of lash out in some ways. It was mainly them on your list. Well, it depends on, let's say, how many friends from there. It would be like an odds thing. Like, I could say to you, well, it's mostly, let's say, people from the US that unfollow my channel. But that's only because there's mostly people from the US that would follow my channel. There's that kind of thing. Not that unfollowing is a problem, just as a kind of an example. So it depends on your friends list and that. But there's a lot going on in the US, as everywhere as well. Let's say where people are kind of fed up, I suppose, and they will lash out. But I wouldn't take it to heart. Oh, he was probably serious. All right. There's a lot of people. How could I put this? A strange amount, actually, that are hoping for. How could I put this? A monarchy, not like the monarchies we have now in Europe, but I mean an absolute monarchy, like we had in the Middle Ages. They seem to have forgotten how much it took to get away from that, thinking that it would make their lives better. But the same people that's crying out from that occasion, let's say, if it ever does become, let's say, a fact, they'll probably be the first people that will regret it. It is. Some of these people are kind of unstable, I would imagine. Some will be doing it for attention, obviously, whether they believe it or not, and some just to kind of strike out, I suppose, out of people. Some people want to be special, I suppose, or noticed, and if they can't get any, let's say, positive stuff, they'll settle for negative, you know. Well, it's always been that way. They'll always be the first to hit. But what is happening is, you go back to the 70s and maybe even the 80s, where you had three, I suppose, distinct classes. You had the kind of lesser paid people, let's say. Then you had the middle class, and then you had the ultra rich. What tends to be happening is the middle class, I think, is getting hit the most. Because if you don't have a lot, like, what somebody says, half of nothing is still nothing. But the middle class, I think, is getting squeezed more. Where, let's say, for every 100 middle class people, let's say 20, let's say, are getting affected. Maybe one would move up, let's say, to the higher class, and the other 19 would drop back. So I think it's squeezing the middle class more, and bolstering the ranks, let's say, of the class beneath. But back in the 70s and 80s, it was a class thing, where the middle class would probably, kind of set the rules, through unions and stuff in school labour. They would advocate less for the people less fortunate, and trying to help them up as well if they could. But now it might come to a stage, I suppose. It's possible, unlikely but possible, like a kind of Elysium movie thing where you've got there's just two classes. There's a mega rich, and then there's the really, really poor. Does this sound familiar? This sounds like medieval times again, where you had kings and nobility, and then you had everyone else. So, but it's a human thing. Everyone wants to be boss. Yeah. But problems are, well, sometimes they just happen. You can't really blame it on anything. You can, I suppose, have disagreements with your government about policies they're making. This is where you should, maybe focus your attention on. People tend to focus attention on the problem and not the cause of the problem, if you know what I mean. Yeah, this is a thing that's been happening here. I'll take our new president, for instance. Now, our president is not like the president, let's say, in the US. It's more of a ceremonial role occasion. Let's say our leader here, let's say in England it would be the Prime Minister, in the US it would be the President. Here it's a title called Taoiseach. But a President would be a kind of a meet and greet kind of thing, But this lady actually won it anyway in the end. But She used to work as a lawyer, a solicitor, and she specialized in working for banks, taking homes and farms from people and giving them to the banks. A definite kind of landlord enabler. We have a real distaste here of landlords because of what we went through for about 700 years with them. They are the epitome of greed, you know, absentee landlords. It's Prime Minister there, yeah. Bart de Wever. Ah, it sounds Dutch. Oh, are you from the Netherlands? Yeah, it sounds Dutch. Belgium. Yeah, there's D there as well. Well, close enough to the border. You'd be on the borders now, wouldn't you? Belgium, yeah. He loves the landlords. You see, a lot of these politicians have large portfolios in that. Yeah. Yeah. Very close to the Netherlands, yeah. So, conflict of interest, totally. 20 kilometers. Ah, right near the border. Yeah, very Dutch with the D and van as well. I was, yeah. Once, but not for long. Just a few hours, Maastricht. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of summits and political stuff going on there as part of the EU as well, isn't there? Yeah. Yeah, only briefly. Yeah, I was only there briefly, and we're talking about the very early 90s. I spent more time in Germany, let's say, and Denmark, mostly. Yes, it is. It's pretty small. Yeah. But Belgium, Holland, Germany and France, I think is it close to Aachen in Germany? I think they all share a common border. Yeah. Aachen, that's it, yeah. I was there once, you know, that place there where you can kind of step into the countries, yeah. A little less, yeah. A little less. I'd say these countries have changed a lot. Now, let me just get something here and we'll get going on this. There, very briefly as well. But one of the most expensive European countries I was ever in is Switzerland. There's no need for it. My God. And France can be pricey too, especially around Paris. But that's only in the tourist spots, really. If you get out a bit, it's insane. It is, and absolutely is. But I suppose they got massive overheads. But still. But I love the food in France. Germany is quite nice as well. But anything that's a tourist spot, you'll always see that. Now, let's get going, guys. I think we've done everything, haven't we? Netherlands. Yeah. Denmark was quite nice as well. All the little ferries in the islands. But hard to get around. You always catch, some little kind of ferry. Yeah. But I remember we were looking for a place to stay. We were moving from, I think it was Aachen, to Berlin. But we got there pretty late. So we asked somebody in a local something, or he said, oh, there's a kind of bed and breakfast place you can stay, and he gave us directions. But it was pretty late at night. I know it was pitch dark. I forget what time it was. So we followed the directions anyway, and this was out in the middle of nowhere. And, pretty forestry like this. A lot of forest in Germany. But we went up this kind of laneway. And there in the distance, let's say, we could kind of see the house. It was about from here to where those trees are over. Massive long. Yeah. Moved to Denmark, Copenhagen last year. Folksky Town. Oh, Folksky Town, yeah. Nice. I was there as well at the canal with that statue. But as we were driving up, I said to my friend, I said, that's a very weird colour. I said, to paint a house, I said, black. Yeah, it looked black in the distance because it was pitch black at night, but they had these floodlights, you know, going up and you could see the house, but it was black. But really kind of old building, I'd say 1800s, but you know, pretty nicely done. But as we got closer, we realised that it wasn't paint. Because of the floodlights on the house, it was insects. No joking, on the walls, on the windows, everywhere. Not only did they cover the house, there were about 4 insects deep. It was like something from a horror movie occasion. I'd never seen anything like it. I went over to ring the doorbell, and I had to sweep the insects away. It was unbelievable. There were old tiny flies. You know, those ones that bite you nicely? Yeah. They had fly screens and stuff like that, but they were still getting in. Millions of them. I noticed that. And a friend of mine, oh my god. Well, he wasn't a friend, he was a friend of a friend. Nah, it was just insects. But very weird to see. One of my friend's car broke down. I think it was the driver or something. It's a simple job, but he didn't know how to do it. But another friend of a friend who just came over, that was working, was it? I wouldn't be surprised. I probably got lucky. But he said, I'll fix it for you. He was some kind of mechanic. But it was in the evening, in a summer's evening, when it was just getting cool. And this guy was just off the boat. He was as white as milk. He was an absolute target for mosquitoes. I wasn't too bad, you know what I mean? I was kind of, you know, browned up on that, and, you know, if I took my watch off, you know where the white part is? Yeah, I would have got attacked immediately. The mosquitoes used to leave me alone. So we didn't say anything. And this guy was kind of overweight, and he had this kind of wheelie trolley stuff. So he got under the car, and he kind of pushed himself in on the trolley. So we just kept looking at each other and started laughing and waiting. So about maybe 17, 18 minutes later, I think, you could see the swarm coming in from the trees. Oh, and then right under the car, and then we could hear the screaming. He tried to get out, but he couldn't get out quick enough. But yeah, they did some damage to him. He was an absolute trifle cart to these guys. Yeah. Oh yeah, they bit him real bad. And they really did. And I remember one time, actually it was in Denmark, I think. You know, where you can kind of hire those kind of like, they're almost like a sauna cabin. You know, kind of cheap accommodation kind of stuff. It's okay in the summer. But some idiot left the door open, and there was a termite nest, I think, nearby. We had a good few drinks, so obviously we passed out. But when I woke up, I found that I was bitten on the forehead by a termite, but obviously didn't feel it. And it looked like a red spot, you know, like I was Hindu. And my friend, I think, had half his ear munched away. Yeah. We couldn't feel a thing, obviously. We had a few drinks. Yeah. Denmark is quite nice. I would highly recommend it. You know, lots of little islands that you could hop to. Yeah, it's a bit on the expensive side, especially when you're using the ferries so much. But yeah, pretty nice. But any country can be lonely occasion. You know, if you haven't got a few friends with you, it takes a while to kind of, you know, get in. But the culture is pretty nice, you know. But anywhere across Europe, if you're European, the culture is pretty similar. It doesn't take much adjusting to, you know. Yeah, Denmark's quite nice. Yeah. And Netherlands as well. You know, the kind of, how could I put this, the water drainage system, you know, the windmills are something to see. Some of them pretty old. You know, a lot of history there as well. But they do always seem to be fighting for drainage. You know, wherever you drive, I remember in the Netherlands, it wasn't like here. You know, each side of the road you'd see this massive kind of trench, you know, getting the water out. So, not like here where you see trees and ditches and everything and fences close to the road. So pretty bare, you know, pretty open. Yeah, yeah. I found the Netherlands, let's say, it was kind of on the tongue, almost like Swedish. Yeah, but vast amount of people, you know, speak English in the Netherlands. Maybe only the older crowd, maybe not so much. But I would say 80% of all the younger people would. Yeah. I remember speaking to this guy and he said, you'll have to forgive my English. And we were speaking for a while. I said, your English is better than mine. Nice guy. Yeah. Yeah, it's you know, the older people maybe not so much, but you know the same can be said here if you go, let's say, in parts, I suppose, you know, back in the Gael talked, you know, Rotterdam. I'm not sure if I was there, but I was been to a few. But you know what it's like when you're working, you get back from work and then you're rushing, you're racing, you get some time off, and you know, all very, very cloudy. And then you're young, you know what it's like. You never have a moment to spare. And sometimes I like to go back again. Yeah, you know, eventually. Yeah, well, the same can be said for a lot of European cities. Yeah, there was a lot. Yeah. London, a lot of London was rebuilt. Yeah, here we are, guys. So this is what we're messing about here. That's what I show you about the blooming on these. They're the only two that bloom, and the yellow guy. You see it? So we might be able to do something here with the stone pots, now that I can see it properly. So, let's waste our time in here while these guys are... I'm the landlord here, getting these guys to work for me. Yeah, free. Yeah, basically like this. This is the way corporations want to see us. In the fields, tilling the fields, going to bed and then getting up and doing it again. Is there? Oh, cool. Oh, for space and stuff, yeah. Yeah. Japan now, let's say, you know, because of the premium on space and that, they've got, I think, the craziest ones. They're no bigger than a box, really. Like, almost like a kind of loading, stacking bay kind of system. Yeah. Yeah, Clarkson, Jeremy Clarkson, isn't it? Yeah, you can watch these guys all day. It's really decent NPC AI on those guys. I remember I watched it a bit. I do know Jeremy, let's say, liked to say controversial things. I could never understand that about celebrities. You know, usually one's opinion is better kept to themselves. It's a no-win situation sometimes. You know, he had a say really in everything. He didn't... I know he got the sack from a few places because of it. Japan is nice. Yeah, full of history. Absolutely. But a way different culture than Europe, you know. It would take... definitely take some getting used to. Now, okay. Let's have a look at this. I'll just save this. What do I do? So, okay. What do we do with this? I was thinking about something like that. I don't know about the trees going too much in here. Personally, I think it's a bit too much, but I'll show you what I mean. Let me see you get some. Oh yeah, I'm trying to do it in generations. You know, as I said, I got 2.5 dozen in. So here we go. I think it's not a bad job so far. Let's say they're the next couple of generations. Excuse me, coming up. Before I had guys that were almost the same age. They're the older guys. They were ones I got literally when I came in. And then I got some old guys, let's say from, you know, from quests. I'll take them in regardless. So we've got, you know, there's not much between some of them. There's a big generation gap, let's say here, obviously, which suits me fine. Let's say from, well, that, you see that 27-year-old? That was an NPC I got in on a quest, so you kind of could ignore that. So there you go. You've got 20, and Nimrod, he was an NPC as well. There, I think that's the last one. So you've got about 16-year generation gap, if you don't count the NPCs I got from quests. Yeah. If you're going to do this long term, you're better off doing this. If you get too many settlers in at once, they all get really old and die off at the same time, and you'll struggle, you know. Plus, I thought it was fun anyway. I would have preferred if this game only allowed you, let's say, a maximum of maybe a dozen NPCs, and then every single NPC you got after that had to be from generations from those. But it would force you to play the game too long, I think, and would ruin it for them. For most people. But I wouldn't mind it myself, but you know, it can be a bit crazy sometimes. Yeah, this game is pretty decent. Now, the humidity here is off the chart, so I'll get something more to drink. This is one weird country. Closer it gets to Christmas, the more humidity we'll get it. You know, at night, early morning. Again, yeah, well, the Oxbow map, wouldn't it? Oh, this is what we've done here. Now, did I save this? Yeah, just in case. I don't want to waste any of these trees. But I was thinking, and personally I think it's not going to work, but if we were to do... Just have a quick look at it and we'll see if it would work. I think a bit much. What do you think? Bit much, probably. Yeah, I prefer a solo game on this. Or I wouldn't mind, let's say, if I was playing co-op with guys and they'd do their thing and just leave me here and we build the base, you know? Yeah, that I wouldn't mind, I suppose. So maybe something like that. Well, it does have the kind of background I need. Okay, I might be able to do something like that. Well, if that's the case, then let's say what we'd be doing with this guy. I would be lining it up, you see, right on that there. I don't know, what do you think? I think maybe we'll get away with something like that. There's either that or I was thinking about, I'll show you. We only have two options here, really. That's why I saved it beforehand. Oh, we'll leave that one. I'm always leaving the corner ones. So you'd have that option, or there's only one other real option here. There's something nice about a bit of colour in this. No, I wanted to go with this, to be honest, but we'll see. Yeah, I think it's way better. Yeah, it's a wild rose bush. I think it works perfect with the layout I want. Something about too much trees that kind of puts it off. Yeah, wild rose bush, apparently. Yeah, we definitely need that splash of colour. Now, what could you do with something like that? Yeah, I think better than the trees. Now, I could use the trees, let's say, around the front and the corners, obviously. I don't mind doing that, because you've got four of them across each end. But that was my first plan, to be honest. Just needed to see the other one. Where would I put something like this? I don't think I could. You could go... No.
My mouth's dry.
Ah, sugar. Right. I have to get something to drink. Yeah, no, I don't have a ton of colours. That's it. I'm lucky to have them. Yeah, they're the only things that will bloom for me. I've got yellow, white, and that purple. But some of the plants are not really suited, if you know what I mean. Or just plain green. Evergreen. Yeah, it's a pity I don't have tons of different plants. Red would be nice, red roses, yeah, absolutely. I was kind of disappointed when I seen how much stuff was in the DLC. I was expecting a bit more. But still, you know, a good job. I was hoping they'd give more bric-a-brac for throwing around. You know. But alas, no. Okay, we need to get food. Oh, hang on. We gotta load up anyway, don't we? Yeah. It was like €5. Maybe it was a little scoldy, alright, for what was there. It should have been at least maybe 20% more. But the way I looked at it, Kitsune, you know, the game was pretty awesome. And they weren't greedy. So, you know, let's say the value of it was 3. I didn't mind giving them 5 because I think the guys deserved it, you know. But I thought, yeah, it was for what it was. It might have been a bit much. Yeah, it's not that bad. But there wasn't really a lot in it. Yeah. But still, I thought maybe they could have done a little bit more. But the way I looked at it is, you know, the game was more than reasonable. It was pretty good. They did a good job. So I didn't mind giving them the money for it, you know. Yeah, more decorative items. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, I'm 100% with you on that. Yeah, I just smashed up some trees. That's loaded. That's why I saved it, actually. That's what I was hoping. I thought it'd be more decorative. But it did say, you know, it was just plants. Do you know what I was hoping that we could do, Kitsune? You know those wildflowers we get? The daffodils, dandelions? You know, like they do, let's say you go in, you'd see a little herbalist hut. I thought it would allow us to make some little herb gardens. That would have been nice. I could have doing a lot with the herb gardens. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Something unique. Yeah. Probably. Yeah. And then again, you see, we don't know, how much this game, I suppose, can take. But I was hoping that we could do something with the wildflowers. Make little gardens outside, stuff like that. Even if they were, just smaller sections, I could have done a lot with that. But still, this is, pretty decent. We get trees, we can move them, all of that stuff. Yeah, that's one of the things that I expected to find. Where you could do the kind of little flower and herb garden. Yeah, maybe even if we were lucky, maybe throw in a few new ones. That's what I was hoping for anyway. Now let's get the water now. And it would have been nice if you could drink from that. It would save me a bit of a journey. Oh, the first way I'd go with the flowers anyway is down here. On this small section. And I have to... I'm not sure what I'm doing in that section, so... Yeah, they do. They do. Well, it's one kept BGS alive, isn't it? That would be a prime example. Now just grab some food and then we're good. God, the heat here is unbearable. The humidity here at night this time of year is a lot worse than summer. There's no need for it. God's sake. Yeah, we've got enough food. You're good. Ooh, this heat is crazy. The seasons, yeah. Yes, it will. But now with the introduction of the DLC and those plants blooming in summer, so the best time now to view your settlement when everything blooms would have been summer. Before it would have been spring or summer. Now it's summer. You'll get everything to bloom. I was kind of disappointed it would only bloom in summer only. But they're probably going by, what the plants really are. It would be nice if they would bloom in those two seasons. But everything, will die in winter. But it comes back. Yeah, you don't have to replant it or anything like that. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, once you do it once, you're finished, really. But it makes it much more immersive, Yeah, everything, and there's snow is everywhere. You can even hear the snow when you're walking. No more planters. Or no more fruits. I'll tell you what they added. Well, first of all, they give you the ability to plant trees, which you never had before. You can do beech, not birch, spruce, which are these forest trees, and maple. Okay, I'll show you here. So this is what you got here. You can get birch trees. Now there's about 4 different types of those, and maple. Now they give you this as well. So you get small evergreens. These guys here. like that one I made, and that's just green all year. You get that tree, and then you get the majestic. That's the big large trees I have outside. So that's that. Now, that's the other trees I said. And here you've got shrubs. You got a green shrub, which is a larger one than the evergreen. And then you've seen these, the wild rose bush, the yellow one I have over there. Oh, you can actually plant berries on this one. No, this is the valley map. Yeah, this is the story map. So this one here, I didn't do it yet. You can actually plant your own berries, which is kind of cool. You remember before what we were doing before the DLC? If we got a settlement with some berries, we used to try and save it. Now you can actually plant them. Here we got the white flowering shrub. Oh, in the valley. I'll show you. But here it is here. So, just from Ronica, or whatever it's called. And there's Denica. And this is where you'll start off. Over here. Gostovia. I think we spawn in somewhere around here, don't we? Yeah, it's the only place I could find that was flat enough for what I wanted to do. So that's Gostovia. So here it is here. Just on this delta here. Now I could have done a much better job if this road was not here. But unfortunately it was. So I had to build something like this. But I can still get away with it, I'd say. Just takes a little bit more work. Absolutely, yeah, he's gonna attack and invade at any time. It would be pretty decent. I'm not sure if the developers themselves will do much more with this game. I think they might, I suppose, in the future come out with another DLC with more bric-a-brac, but I think that would do it. As you said, guys, the future of this game now would probably be with modders. Yeah, I would say. Toplets, anyway, they would be in charge of that. I don't know, the developers themselves, would it be Toplets, let's say, own the game and just kind of one-off pay the developers to do it, a Render Cube, or would it be Render Cube's property and Toplets would be kind of like their managers or something? I don't know how that is. Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. Now, this I wouldn't mind giving AAA prices if they upped it a notch, Cajun. For starters, anyway. See if they could compress it more so you could get away with a little bit more building. Lots more bric-a-brac, lots more plants. There's a lot of buildings that are stuck on stage 1 and stage 2 where you can't get to stage 3. Do those as well. The NPCs are good enough, but what they need to do is, when you're doing the quests, voice acting would be cool. Much more immersive. A bigger map, add a few achievements, way to go. Yeah, I wouldn't mind giving AAA prices. Oh, yeah, but you're not going to get that. I know exactly what you mean. But some of the stuff, yeah, like there should be gates that you can snap on these. I know exactly where you're going. That was one of my complaints as well. There should be snap-on gates on these guys. Maybe a choice of 3 different gates. Depending on where you're putting them. And maybe a few more designs in the houses. And just maybe at least one house that you could kind of shape a little different yourself. Like Fallout 4, maybe. Something like that. Awesome game then. Obviously upgrade the story and that. But it would take a lot of work. But it has massive potential. And even as is a great game. It would be interesting. And the placing of what we need is a system as well when you're building a little bit like No Man's Sky, where when you're in building mode, you can kind of raise up above the structure so you can kind of see where it's going. Yeah, they don't have it on this. What did I do with my... Stupid soda. Here it is. I can't believe I left that on the ground. How did that happen? The No Man's Sky system, where you can look above yourself when you're building. It makes it way easier. I needed to use that when I was putting in certain pieces of furniture. Yeah, that kind of system would be a little easier as well. You see this? Where if you're building, you could kind of go like this. And then you could kind of push the piece in like that, where you have an overhead view. But there's other ways of doing it. I learned to do it, let's say, using a kind of grid system with the fields and stuff. But you'll eventually get it. You know, it just makes it a little harder. Now, okay. God, the heat here is murdering me. Now, what I need to do is maybe get those about there. I want a certain spacing on these. Let's see. Yeah, that's okay. Now I can do a decent thing with this. That's actually pretty decent. Yeah, I need that kind of little backdrop color. Once we figure out what we're going to do here, we'll just copy it on the other side. Yeah, absolutely. But having at least one building that you could customize would be nice as well. You know, where you could make it a 3 or a 2 or a 4 bedroom kind of thing. Where you could change the shape a little bit, maybe. Or even something more like what you'd see on the artwork. You know, more kind of medieval looking. Let's see what the spacing is like on this guy. There we go. Yeah, we'll get there. About 4 of these on each side. It will take a while. But I think it's about time I got this garden out of the way. Even when I finish here, sometimes I kind of get a plan and come back and I kind of do it in layers. That's kind of weird. Let's see. There we go. And I can put that one in place a little later. So, we just got to sort this one out. Yeah, I'll finish with this and then I'll have one last look at it and see if there's anything more. This is where I could have really doing with putting in some flowers or something here. Like I said. No problem, Cajun. So, let's see. Right, let's get this organized anyway. Get it out of the way. I need this for a rough measure up on the other guy. That's a bit over, isn't it? So we're talking about there maybe. Okay. I know it looks pretty decent, I think. Let's see where we are on this. Yeah. It's exactly what we need. Look at that. Oh, close. To be honest, that needs to be moved on a bit, doesn't it? Well, smack on that guy anyway. I'd say a tad down this way, but not too much. Oh, hang on. Let's see the space on this side. Okay. Well, it could be a matter of the tree as well, but we'll work that in a moment. But yeah, I mean the tiniest tad. I'd say more like that there. There we go. Ah, sugar. Level this up a tiny bit. Yeah, see that? I need a system where I can kind of lock this into place, kind of straight. It's kind of guesswork now as it is. There we go. Got that one done. Now. Just a tad, maybe. Yeah, that's about right, guys. Alright, that's that out of the way. Oh, I need the lights on this. Excuse me. Oh, I think a winter cold coming on. I really don't need that. You remember that mod, guys, we used to have on Fallout 4 called Place Anywhere, where we could kind of place something inside something? If I had that here, what I'd do with these, I'd push that right in there, just leaving the stick. There, about there. That'd be awesome. You know, you just see that much of it. Just see that much of the light. That's the first thing I've always getting mods, and then I get some kind of place anywhere mod. Deadly for building when it comes to fencing as well. Yeah, I'm getting a cold. That's pretty decent, I'd say. Now this one will be a little harder to do. At least I can kind of look down on it a little bit. Let's have a look at that guy. Chances are it's not right. Well, it's not bad, but it does need a little touch to the side. That might be a bit much, but yeah, that could be a bit much now, to be honest. Yeah, let's give it a shot. There, that seems to be the one. Ah, sugar. That's stupid, isn't it? Maybe there. Let me see. Yeah, that's good. We got it. We definitely need some sleep. Yeah, I'm smothering. I think I got a cold. We'll have a look at our guys now in a moment as well. See how they're doing. We need to kind of rotate them a little bit. Well, the guys in the market stall anyway, they rank up pretty quick. I'd say those guys are done. Now let's see. Let's get back and save it here. Which way was it again? This way. But this I really wanted to get done and move on. Well, that needs to be moved, obviously, a tad. That one is... yeah, reasonably okay. I think they should have gone the whole way more with this. Now, let's check on our friends. Blacksmith 8, stall holder. Yeah, he's done. And where does that guy need to go? Either production or farming. Farming is done. Yeah, I think all the farming is done. He's finished as well, and he'll go straight into excavation. The hunter still needs work. Blacksmith. Nah, he's still there. Right, I can kind of switch them around, I'd say. Yeah, there's a hunter there, we can switch him. Hang on. Well, everyone is done in... where's that? Oh, there's a guy there who needs production. Another guy there. Yeah, okay. We'll use those guys. I need to be taking those guys out shortly as well. We'll put you in there. Now, that should free up a few spaces. Let's see who we have. And this guy here, oh, he'll have to go in production. Yeah, I don't think I've got any farming. This guy could go... I don't know what we're going to do with this fellow. Yeah, I think the excavation shed could take him, could it? Yeah, right. We'll put you in there. It's pretty slow, but what else can we do? That's a very bad production moment. Can we do? Yeah, this guy will only go into production. Let me have a look. Blacksmith is the fastest to see if I've got any spots. Apparently not. Well, there's one there. In you go. That will have to do you, I'm afraid. There, I think that's it, guys. We've got everyone. Oh, there was excavation. Well, get it later anyway, it doesn't matter. Let me see, blacksmith. Miner, storeholder. Blacksmith. There's a lot of guys maxed out, but they're not the age yet. That's it, that will do. Right, let's finish this if we can. Now, where were we? We need the other one there, blah 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 blah. And... right. One moment, can I see if I can find a handkerchief? Yeah, I seem to have caught cold. Yeah, it's fish alright. I think it's a head cold. Now we'll put these here for a moment. We'll just make a few of them. So how many do we use here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right, let's see this one. It's kind of okay.
Nothing is true. Everything is permanent.
Yeah, that would do. Now this guy. This is going to be a right hard one to fit, do you know that? I can't see where the water is. I think something like that. That's it there. That's not bad. I think we might go with that one. Let me see this guy. This is another one needs to be fixed. maybe just a tad. Ah, it's a horrible situation with these. There. Right. That would probably do. Now we'll finish this side to the best we can and then we'll just repeat it on the other one. That looks decent. So that would be, well, so far I've finished job on this side. Yeah, we got the chairs in. I wouldn't mind getting something here. And then you're talking about a kind of measuring out system. I don't know. I think I might have other trees. Oh, hi, Fat Cat. And how are you? I'll definitely go with one of these, I would say. We'll get some of these in anyway. Oh, we never checked our farmers' mouths. But those guys, I'd say back in the mines. Oh, sugar. Right. Come on now. Okay, roughly. About there. There we go. So that's one side done-ish. Rightio. Might as well finish this once we're on a roll. One more here. So probably the lights would be the easiest ones to get out of the way first. There. Yeah, that's not too bad. Like keeping that obviously on the inside. Yeah. Pity I can't do much with this. Now, okay, let's make a little bit of room for ourselves. Do in a second. There. Let's have a look at this. They're always the hardest. Oh, that's not bad. They're always the hardest ones to get in. Hi, Gazoo. Pretty good, pretty good. And you? How have you been? I'm just finishing off the gardens here, or at least giving it one kind of layer. I'll come back and have a quick look at it again later while we're moving on. So, what have you been up to? Yeah, it's coming along. We've gotten a long way in this. This will be, unfortunately, much bigger than the last one. The trees, I'm kind of half worried about, how to sell wood take the trees. But this is what we've got so far. There's still a good bit to do on this. Like, this one is huge. Here, let me go out here for a moment. But the trees, there's a little bit of animation in the trees. So obviously that's not going to help the sound. But it's surprisingly stable. Nice, making lots of music. Yeah, we see it better from here probably. So I've been doing it in bits and pieces and stages. Yeah, that's a much better view from here. There's still a lot to do. You'd be surprised how much the small stuff takes forever. But it's fun. Yes, I'm actually on the first. I went to the second to start with. It's called the Oxbow map. It's usually kind of reserved for kind of co-op multiplayer kind of stuff, where it's got almost zero quest line, and if you've got the money and skills, you can pretty much build straight away. Here you got to follow a story. It's a different map, different NPCs, different villages. You got to follow a story, and as the story unfolds, you get to build more stuff. So we've already went through that. I played the Oxbow map, so there was, I think, 2 or 3 achievements I couldn't get without being on this one, so it was a nice excuse to come back here. And then the DLC kind of came out about a few days or a week after I finished the last one, so it gave me the ability to plant trees. So now I can do something different. Would be interesting, alright, yeah. Medieval floating houses, that would be something. Yeah, so that's what we've got so far. But I wanted to do something similar. I actually had something similar in mind for the other settlement. Remember I kept saying it would have been nice to avenue that. Now that it gave me the ability to do it with trees, I did it with this. I tried the other trees. These are the only ones where you're going to get the effect I'm looking for. I can get them close together, and they don't take up a ton of room, but an awful lot of trees. Yeah, awful lot of trees. That's what I've got so far. And the decorating is going to be insane on this, because it's much bigger than the other one. We'll see how it goes. But definitely fun. Now, the reason I left this piece open, there's a similar one down here. I'll move some trees in a moment. It's exactly the same size. And I don't know what we're going to put there, and we'll find something. I'll eventually, bit by bit, get around to every piece of this, and this will be all fenced here. Can't fence it yet till I see how many entrances I'm putting in. So it would have to be pretty precise for this, and you can see where I've kind of closed down this area, so I've got enough entrances in. So I didn't do this one yet, obviously, till I figure out where the next entrance will be. So it will be on the same on this, and this kind of stuff. And we're talking about. But it will look a lot different once all of the fencing is up, all of the decorations is up, and all of the buildings. And then I'll try and do something, let's say, that's kind of maybe stands out a bit on this. But yeah, it's kind of looking like garden area again. I suppose I could sneak in a well here. one on each side might work. And of course this is my home here. This was an ideal little spot. That's why I got my stable in here as well. They will probably be going there, a bit of an eyesore. And I'll fence it off and do something with it later. And the houses as well. Well, they're all fully... Well, strange enough, that's the only one I didn't decorate inside yet, or maybe the smaller ones. But all of these ones are done here. But they take forever. There's the normal stuff you can do, let's say, on decorating. Here with that kind of, stuff like that. So I've literally done all that, but added a few little things myself, like that basket with wood, that water pail, that wooden figurine, that doll, that some kind of blanket, those vases and stuff here, and here, and that jug and mead. So that's the extra little touch I want to give it. But getting them on the shelves can be... Yeah, it's the Unreal 5. Yeah, it's pretty decent. For what it is. Now, let's check our guys here. Let's see if all of this is done and I can send them away. We have a look. Yeah, we're pretty much done, guys. Now I've got to take those farmers away and send them back to the mines. It's still kind of, it's getting really big, and I wanted to start off with 2.5 dozen settlers, and now I'm relying on the generations that have been coming in slowly. So we'll send these guys back to the mines. But by the time I finish this, everyone should be in place and in a nice kind of generation. Oh yeah, and these still got to do a lot of decorating in here. Tables are going to be a pain in the backside. I've been playing Borderlands 4. Nice. Back you go. They're going back to the mine. Well, I use the mine, let's say, for, cash and all of this stuff. Yeah. Right. Let's save it here and we'll send them back. Because we'll need that cash. What I'll do, what I've been doing is the younger generation going in, I've been putting them to the mine, and the older guys, I've been putting them back here on the farm. Let's say, with the animals and the farming and stuff, that kind of stuff. Not that it makes much of a difference. It's just kind of fun to do. Give them a break, kind of retirement. Now. All we've got to do is just pick the guys that say farmer and we'll send them right back. You see, I've only got a skeleton crew on the mines here. You see it? So anyone that says farmer. Oh, hang on, I've already put them in, guys. Ah, that's cool. I've done it already at the start of the season, did I? Hang on. One way of finding out. No, I haven't. There's 5 of these guys here. Yeah, we're gonna get 5 of them. Okay, where are you, farmers? Ah, there they are. Well, the old guys, I'll try and find a spot for them later. Two. 3. 4. And 1 more. Alright, where's this last farmer? There he is. Okay, I think we got them all. I'll make sure we get some cash. Yeah, that's it. Now, I see how I got any, okay, blacksmith. He's nearly done. Cook. Beer miner, stall holder. Getting there. Blacksmith, stall holder. Yeah, we're good. That's it. We're pretty good. That's it. Now we've got that out of the way. Yeah, because they're just hanging there doing 0. And then we'll be using a lot of that metal eventually. Well, eventually everyone will have their spots, so I won't have to be doing this. You could get them in straight away, but it's no fun. Plus, they all tend to age, you know, at the same time. And eventually, if you're long enough in the game when they all start popping off, you've got a massive villager problem. Now, excuse me. Right, let's work with these guys. Try and get the lights out of the way. What are we in anyway? Autumn, is it? No, summer. I think we could kind of go around to summer now shortly. Get another season in and see if we can get some workers. We'll do a little bit on this. At the end of this day, we'll skip to another season, guys. We need to be skipping the seasons as quickly as we can. Well, within reason, obviously. That's actually not bad. Oh, that's a little iffy. There we go. That's good enough. Okay. This is going to be a bit of a... Well, what can we do? We'll get it sorted anyway. Now... Just give me a rough measurement for where I'm putting these other guys. I could do with a... Yeah, you see on that end, a tiny push on the inside. You see where it's... Yeah, you can see it coming out there. I need a system where I can kind of straighten this. It doesn't have to be perfect, but that looks okay. Just reasonable. Yeah, that would do. That would probably do. And one thing I love about the other one, yeah, compared to this game, is the multiple crops per season. Every day the farmer grows something, and a new field up to 23. Nice. So, a lot of food. Nice. Okay. We have to use these ones because of the ground level. Personally, I wanted to go with the other ones, but we can make it work with this one. I think. It just takes a little bit, let's say it's sugar. Okay. Well, that's more like it. There we go, that's good. We got it out of the way. A lot of food, yeah? Wonder is there anything we can do with these on the end? Yeah, well, not really when that guy goes in, is there? Yeah, let's see. Come on now. Maybe I shouldn't have put that tree in beforehand, but there it is. I noticed that. Oh yeah. Ah, sugar, this guy's gonna die. Yeah. Well, it needs to go over a little bit, but I keep forgetting about the water for this guy. Well, it's not too bad we're in summer, so we'll have autumn next season as well. We can build. Winter is the only time where ground is too bad. You can't really see what you're doing. There. Eat that. I still have to do a good bit inside those animal pets. I'll get to it later, one thing at a time. This didn't turn out too bad considering. Now, we just gotta move it a tad. And that tad was too much. Stupid thing. I just gotta line it up a little better. Oh, nice. We're getting it in nice and close. There we go. I wonder is there... I don't think there's anything we can do there. Doing something there would just be... I don't know if it's worth it. Would be the like of that thing there. Personally, I don't think it's worth it really. If that was the case, you'd have to go one each side. It's worth a look-see, I suppose. I wonder... Is it exactly what we want? Maybe. I don't know. I'll just take a look off that, but it's... I don't know, it somehow looks too rude. No problem, Cation. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. And you too. Have a good one. Stay safe, Cation. Bye. Nah. Nah. That's not how we're going with that one. Even that's a bit off. I'm sure I'll eventually find somewhere for those. Here, let's see. No, there's something just off about those. Yeah, I don't think I can use them in here, to be honest. That's a pity. Yeah, I think they're unusable here. Now, okay, lights, blah blah blah. It's getting dark. Yeah, we'll definitely move this season, guys. Let's make ourselves a bit of room here. For a little bit. Yeah, I wouldn't mind chancing something like this. Or maybe the white ones here. Yeah, but see, you won't be really going central on these. You're gonna be messed up no matter what you do. Yeah, it's gonna look off. Yeah, whatever. I'll find something eventually. Let's see if we can sneak in one more before it gets dark. Ah, sugar, we used up the stone. It will take it from your inventory first. Now, yeah, not there. It's kind of marking out what I need to do there later. Can we sneak one more of these in? Yeah, it doesn't matter where we do this. All right. Oh, it's very dark, isn't it? This is not a bad measuring system, to be honest. I think we might have got it first time here. Tiny bit. Yeah, there it is. Pretty much. That should do it. That should do it. Okay, I think it's too dark to carry on. we get this next season. Once the season comes in, when is it? Autumn. Ah, I'm so stupid. We'll have to bring back the miners. Yeah, there's a lot getting done here autumn. The two main crops are coming in, the oats and rye. I suppose they got something anyway. Should easily get them back. That's it, that's all we can do for the time being. Alright, let's get ready to switch seasons. Waste of time doing this, but alright. Yeah, I'd need to switch them over now. If we get to the mine in the morning, they'll take me ages to walk back.
If there's still more
Let
sweeping.
me see, can we? Yeah, we can. Now, I think we got everything done. Yeah, we get a quest fail anyway. Okay. Now. Here we go again. Then we get 5 of them, isn't it? And I definitely don't want to do this, so they better come in and do it. I think one more. Now, let's see where we messed up here. That one. And that one, so... okay, the two ends. I'd say that should do it. That's just a bare skeleton crew running that. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Let's see what we've got here. Get these guys ready. Who needs some farming skills? Well, I'd like to get the guys out with 9, obviously. There's 9 on that, there's 9 on that. Well, the stallholder can stay there for a while, so... You, obviously. And... guy. You. There. They should max out easily on this season. Now, let's save this. Oh yeah, how's the old ball and chain?
How do you do?
87. Ooh. Hang on there now.
See you soon.
Let's grab our little Prezi. Yeah, it's just over here. I've got a ton of junk. Well, I want that for decoration. I'll add some dates. No, I think you look like glass beads. Yeah. Have some glass beads. Haven't seen the kid in a while either. I wonder where he is. Yeah, he's there.
Moving here was the best
Whatever.
decision of my life.
Here.
Hello, husband.
Shut up. There. Only 7 affection change for that. Alright.
See you soon.
Here, let me see. Nah, she's gone. Doesn't matter. I can give it another one next season anyway. Usually get a quest. As long as it doesn't get to 0, you're okay. Medieval divorce. If only it was as simple as that. Your wife would leave if you didn't buy her a present. Now, that's it, 601, that's the one. How long have we been on? We still got an hour and a half, guys. We can do a lot in that. Ish. Okay. There we go. We'll get our shopping run through as quick as possible. I've been stockpiling the new seeds because it's a bit jittery. You know, I can see it kind of drying up eventually. What's this? Fever night. For God's sake. Okay. Well, no, that's wrong anyway. Let them rest. We're not having that. They're working slow enough as it is. No. Well, that was a lose-lose situation. I've got that one before and I tried the other one. These 3 or 4 people, whatever. I don't know, I think we've got 61. That's why I need these guys to grow up quick and we'll push them into the 4-bedroom ones. There's a good few coming, I think there's a few of them coming this season or next. I prefer to do it this way, to be honest. I don't mind grabbing the odd settler if they come in a quest, it's kind of fun. But what would be interesting in this would be, you know, if you could only get settlers on quests and then their descendants. So it would be really hard to get up a, you know, a large crowd of settlers. Now, you just want to get in and out clean. Alright, unless it's good, don't give me another one. And they've given me another one. Tired of... You kind of get locked into the kind of negative ones. Yeah, we can spam our way out of this one. Sorry about this, but just give it another try. The last thing I need for these guys is to kind of slow down. I've really got enough of the farmers in place. I wouldn't mind seeing some more quests, let's say, from my family. They're usually something interesting, except the kid. And sometimes you get unique stuff. But a lot of them from your wife, let's say, will get you new NPCs. You can pick NPCs up anywhere, don't get me wrong, but you just get too many of them. At least they're original. Now, third time's a charm. Autumn is probably the busiest time. Especially for the wheat crop. I think it's planted and reaped and all. Ah, come on. Kidnapping. This is not bad, I think. Now, negotiate, apparently, is the one on this. Well, that doesn't work out good anyway. And, okay, we'll try this one. Negotiate. There it is. We even got a 20 mood. Oh, well, not that we need a reputation. Alright, that's it. Got it. And we have a wedding. Good, 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 good. There, it's another couple sorted. Now.
If only I could make a bench myself, but it's just too hard.
Okay, they're okay for quests, so
almost
that's
as
me good.
impossible as
Just head out to our builder here, make sure he cleans up any damage. He won't do it automatically. It's what I can't understand about this. It's about the only thing that doesn't work automatically. You've literally got to do this. Oh my god. That's a lot of damage. This guy's at 10, he'll get through it pretty quickly. You wouldn't absolutely need him, but I've got storage houses out in the mines, resource ones. So I'm not going all the way out there, so this is just perfect. Plus, the best of doing that is you'll have a lot more storage in your base without cluttering it up with like 12 resource centers, resource buildings. So that's that one. Now, I've got 2 inns. So there's 5 then in the game. So I'm looking for the special vendor. So I don't know, 2 out of 5 I've got a 40% chance that they'll show up here. And I've got to clear the junk out of there as well. The overflow. Let's see. Yes, they showed up here. Cool.
How do you do?
And there we go. If you keep getting them in the village, let's say, in one in particular, the menus in these guys will dry up. So you keep spamming it till they show up here and it seems to reset again. That's why I've been buying these even though I don't really need them. I don't know when it's going to actually... You know, stop and give me no trays. Okay. Oh, that's nice. Okay. He's out of the way. Now let's grab the junk. Yeah, all of this crop here. On those 6 fields and those ones, they'll need to be reaped and the ground redone again. And actually this one is... Oh, that will have to be sown. Yeah. I think that gets sown on this season. So they'll definitely be busy. There's not a ton of them there, so it'll probably take longer than 3 days. But we can do something here anyway, it doesn't really matter that much. I intended to stay a little few days over and above here anyway. Okay. That's the one. You only get one of those per season. And they're the ones that you really need. Oh, hi Dungeon Master, and thanks for the raid, appreciate it. And how have you been? There we go. That's us for a little bit anyway. Now we'll grab the overflow. I'll do a little more decorating in here eventually after. But for now, I really don't have the time. Now, we'll skim these down to, we'll skim them down to 100 of each. Good. Oh, that's good there. That's more than enough for those guys. That's 100. Oh, the onions. Yeah, 100 of each. Better check buckets as well. Alright, so we need 361 from here. And then we'll go make some junk as well. Just to have enough to sell. What's 462, so 362. Keep the kitchens going as well. Alright, that's that bit. We'll quickly have a look at our apprentices as well before we leave. So we're done here. We've even got that special vendor out of the way as well. Well, that guy's working on those. Let me see. We definitely need some. I'll have to sort this one shortly. I'm not sure what kind of fencing. I was thinking about going with a split log one here. Kind of move it from tree to tree might work. Maybe something a little different. These collapse and you know, once I build them inside, they're just temporary. You can make actually most of the dyes yourself. Yellow would be onions, or you know, the berries for blue. Straight clay, let's say, for the red. The green can be a mixture as well. We really don't need those. I just want to use up the berries. And even if you're selling it anyway, it's worth a fortune compared to just selling the berries or onions. But also expensive to buy. But you need to spend your money on something, and you just get too much in this game.
Nothing worth having comes easy.
There. Oh, let's just dump that off. We'll always use it eventually. I'm still looking to put in about 10 of those other houses. I want enough accommodation for, if I could here, probably maybe 140, 150 NPCs. That's gonna be fun. Let's see if the game will actually take it. Yeah, we'll get rid of those ones. Let's get rid of the blue dye and the yellow dye. I don't mind selling the other stuff. Let me see. Oh, this... we're okay for another season. Yeah, they'll make it through. Yeah, they're okay. They're okay. Now, let's see if we might be a little low on this. 312. What have we got here? Okay, we just do 500 on this. And then we'll make 500 other ones. That should do it, and then we're off. Got a quick check on our apprentice. Oh, we never checked to see if any of the new guys come in. We need to put them in the houses straight away. Let me see. Let's get this done.
Hey, I was using that.
you're probably better off, you know, just before the season not to even have these guys as apprentices, then they'll show up as idle. But if you have them as apprentices, they'll just move into that job if there's an empty spot. And you can't see the new guys. Let's say 500. We'll track them down in a moment. See if there are any new ones. We'll move them out of their parents' house and start them off with a fresh one. A fresh life. There. Okay, that's our selling junk out of the way. Now let's have a quick look on these NPCs. On it, I think. 617, yeah. Now let's see. Okay. I use this just to check them. The blacksmith, cook, farmer. Oh, they're okay. Blacksmith, stoneholder. There's only one stoneholder, I see. No, doesn't matter. I'll be through pretty quick anyway. Well, there's no new apprentices anyway, that's one thing. Now, fortunately there's only one way I have of doing this. Oh, I see we got a new one. Well, the twos are okay. They're the new ones I put in. So what I do, let's say 4 in a house, they get old. Let's say they don't have a family after a while. So once I get them down to 3, if I've got any smaller ones, move them over to that and move the young ones into these. So you see I've got a few spots waiting there. Yeah, well, they've had it next year for that kind. And if I've got any smaller ones, I can move them over. I've got a good few empty ones. Let me see if we got any 18-year-olds here. I can see the 18-year-olds the other way, but I can't see if they're, you know, still with their parents. This is the best way. 14. But it takes a while. 16. Oh, the younger generation. 17. No, there's still mostly 17. Yeah, there's a good few to come in then. 16. That's it. No, we're okay. We're good. Right, let's go. Not much we can do. Right, let's get our rounds done as quickly as we can. Oh, there's not even a quest here. I should really be checking this. Actually there is. I don't know, we get this guy's quest out. Kind of prioritize just to mix it up a bit. You know, kind of prioritize our settlement. Right. Yeah, it's probably, you know, get him something or craft him something, we'll see. Why not? Or else we'd just be shopping and building. Well, we really don't need reputation anymore. There he is. One of the very first settlers I got.
Hello.
Can I help you with something? I could use your help. I wanted to renovate my house, but I don't have a building hammer on me. Could you bring me one? Sure. What do you want? Yeah, copper hammer. We can do that. This will be quick. Yeah, well, that's what we'll do from now on. We'll make sure our guys are happy. And we'll break it up a little bit as well, give us something different to do. Right. Take your hammer. Done. Right, let's go. We did our thing. But in the beginning you'd be doing a lot of that because you need X amount, I forget what it is, of reputation before you can get, you know, settlers. Not sure what it is, to be honest. I never really took much heed. 1 or 200 or something, I'm not sure. Well, we're maxed out on animals anyway, except chickens. Yeah, I'll get around to it eventually. I need a couple of coops of each, you know, geese and chickens. I really don't have the manpower yet anyway, so I want to find, you know, kind of ideal spot, I suppose.
Greeting. Trade is in
But I have been buying this because I don't want to, I'm gonna have to start making it eventually. I definitely need more farmers. Definitely need more farmers. Okay. Just so it anyway at all. Alright.
Be safe.
I was hoping we could do little gardens like this. From the DLC.
How have you? Take care.
What can I do? I've been a vendor since before you could walk.
Yay, he's got a spruce seedling.
The beast.
Right, that's one done. We should get back by late evening after we do this. And we have the rest of the season.
What can I do for you?
How? I've got everything you need. Goodbye, dear.
Welcome. Farewell.
With great power comes great responsibility.
You could set up a ton of stalls and do stuff. You would really never need to move out of your village. Maybe except for the challenges, or if you wanted to do some quests. Which you'll eventually need something.
How is life? Can I interest you in some of my wares? Have a good day.
All right then. Keep your secrets.
Welcome. I've got everything you need.
There.
Goodbye, dear.
Now there's 5 mines in the game. Yeah, there's tons of quotes from games on this. There's one from The Witcher as well. There's even one from the Seven Dwarfs. Yeah, and there's tons of them. Sometimes if you send a settler out to the mines, he'll sing a high ho. There's another one I've often heard NPCs saying. There's one in particular. He said I once knew a guy who said winds howling, even when it was only a slight breeze. Remember that thing in The Witcher? Yeah, just tons of quotes in this. There's even a quote for that TV series Stranger Things. I think I heard that one as well. That's what I would recommend. Outside of every mine, put up one of these. Now the problem is with the mines, let's say, is getting the tools, so you don't want to be going up, but they'll get it from here. But not only that, you get the extra storage that you can use. Let's say even though you haven't got the building, you can use it in your settlement. That makes a big difference. I didn't bother fixing that one up, obviously. You don't know insulating any of that. So 5 of those. Here, I might as well walk the rest of the way. Yeah, tons of quotes in this. Even with those 5, I've got, what, 1, 2, 3, I've got 4. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Hello. Come on. I want to separate these guys a little bit.
Finally, some entertainment. I'll end you. Do not take any prisoners.
Oh. Hey now. Oh. Okay, getting rid of the damage. I don't know, is it any good for bows at all?
And never come back. I'll crush your face, I will.
Archers are easy. Right, let's get our junk. Well, the problem is with doing this, you're not going to get anything too unique. But what I found on this map is those blankets I use for decoration are almost impossible to find. Sometimes you get them in the bandit camps. But I think they should have given stuff that you can't get in stores, you can't craft in these. Maybe nice decoration items would have been nice. Anything I'm picking up here I can build easily, really. It's not like we need money, but early on it's not bad, I suppose. I'll get the other NPCs in a moment. We'll just clear this out. This is nothing I can't make myself, unfortunately. I might actually keep the food if it's anywhere fresh, so I can use it for decoration or something. Let's see. I could always buy it later. I'm not really prepared for the decoration yet. Not that kind of stuff, at least. Okay, where's that other archer? How do we kill that guy? Yeah, I dropped that guy. Where's the other one? Ah, there he is. Now we dropped 2 out here, didn't we? Yeah, you always get something like that. Oh, that's it. Yeah, if the food is 100%, we'll keep it and we'll chuck it in the barn for when we're decorating. It won't save me making it, it's the right pain.
Great.
Okay. That's about that, I think. What are we getting the food? Yeah, the fruit tart is pretty much goner for some reason. Flatbread is okay. Meat pie, we get rid of the onions. Poppy seed pie for some reason. Salt, nah, I have enough salted meat. Soup, yeah, all gone. Okay. Let's take this guy's money. No, we didn't get much in that.
Take
Right,
care.
let's go.
Oh, it's whatever you need. I've got it.
Okay, meat. She doesn't have a lot of cash, does she? Apparently. That guy was carrying a lot of dandelions. Now, one more we've got. We're halfway through the villages. There's 5 on this side of the river and 5 on the other. But by far the most vendors on the other side.
How do you do?
Across the bandit camp slowed us down a bit, so we might have to sleep in one of these other villages. Just outside for a second. I would recommend setting the season settings to maximum for 30 days. Doesn't stick you in the season for that long, but it gives you, 30 days. But anytime after 3 days, you can sleep to another season. You know, that thing is set, so the best about that is you can kind of take your time, kind of go in 3 days, or if you want to do something else, or... But 3 days, it's kind of nice. But sometimes if you're building, or you pick up too many quests in the beginning, you don't want to be running out of time.
Hello? Only the best products here.
These are okay. Keep those. Okay.
See you soon.
Right. That I wouldn't mind getting a few of those in the game. Those kind of piles. There's just clotheslines and stuff that I'll use later. Oh, these. You can't get these. And there's no way you can put that stuff so close together either. There's nothing like that. Or you can't stack them. Makes it kind of awkward. They're kind of cool as well, the candles.
Great prices in the area. Goodbye.
That's it, Gustovia. Well, we've already got the main vendor, didn't we? The special one. He showed up. Was this season, wasn't it? It was. I think it was. I might get 1 or 2 more villages up before it gets too dark.
How is life treating you?
Gustovia. Four vendors here. Unless you meet the special one, which I think we got already.
So uncomfortable to lean on. You have no idea. How do you do? Want to see my wares? See you around.
There was a man in Cordova.
No, this here. This is actually the walkway thing. From the pier jetties that you can build, but obviously they have something where they can kind of, you know, put it off angle and push it through the ground. Like kind of place anywhere mud.
What can I do? Hope to see you soon.
How do you...
Okay.
do?
And our last guy here.
How strange is in my nature. Goodbye.
I don't know, we should be able to get Denica as well. No, I don't think we'll make them all.
Hello there.
Greeting. Farewell. How have you? I've got everything you need. Be safe.
Oh, we've got so many animals. There's no need. I suppose to make nice decoration.
How are you? Can I interest you in some of my wares? Take care.
That's Danica. I know I might be able to squeeze in the other one. There's 4 vendors there.
Oh,
And then we've only got the 2 main ones. Where is it? Lesnica or something it's called. Yeah, there it is.
Greetings. Let me show you my work. Take care.
How are you? Let me show you my wares. Goodbye, dear.
Can I?
Trade is in my nature.
It was nice.
Right.
Can I help? You be safe.
That's it, that's that one. Now, one of the main ones here, they've only got 2 vendors. We might get away with that one. But we'll definitely have to sleep outside the last one.
Hello.
It is there, just 2 vendors. There's like 6 on the other one. Yeah. I don't know, maybe we might get back by morning. Here they are.
Can I help? Let me show you my wares. Have a good day.
People in the valley. At least we'd be able to swim. How happy do you need anything?
Oh, we got rid of the other junk. Okay.
It was nice
That's it.
seeing you.
Okay, we'll head there anyway. Who knows, we might get lucky.
Hello there.
Squeeze them in before we need to get back. Okay. Oh, they're out of their places. They're gonna be hard to find. There's one. And the
Oh,
cook.
it's only the best products here.
Oh, sugar, not you.
See you around.
Not too bad. That's the seamstress.
How are you? Trade is in my nature.
That's 2.
Farewell.
And this is the stable guy.
You bet.
There's 3. Excuse me.
Memory for faces. And there are so many.
Jan is 4. Oh, hang on.
Hello there. See you around.
It's usually just some pieces of ore, which he already has in his inventory. Yeah, 5.
How is life treating you? Best goods in the realm.
Might as well get that while we're here.
See you soon.
Now, 2 more vendors left. This one here and the miner. Okay, where are they? And the miner is usually down here. Yeah, there he is.
How can I price it so low? You don't need to haggle.
Okay. Pretty much sold everything now, haven't we? Oh, hang on, we haven't. Not exactly.
Help. Good luck.
Okay, where is this tavern lady? It's weird. She should show up on the tavern. There she is, Helga.
From road signs. How can I help you?
Yeah, we got them all eventually. Now, that will probably do. Here, you can have the firewood as well. Why not? That's it, we're done.
Take care.
Oh, we got them all. We better get back quickly. So, we'll sort out our apprentices, see how they're getting on with the crops, and then we'll start see if we can finish that garden. What I want to do as well, I doubt we'd have time, I've got 40 minutes. Let's see if I can get a roadway into those other houses. I need to build some more. I'll probably do most of that, let's say, before the next stream. I'm trying to get it organised. That's still a lot of work to do in that settlement.
Hello there.
From a decorating standpoint as well. And there, we're back. We did a round. Yeah, this is the only thing I've got left to do on this. So this one here is, continue playing as your kid. That will be easy enough. And this one here is perform all other dares. So basically, once I get that one should pop as well. And I intend to use that as my insignia on this, which is kind of cool. I don't think I did it on the last map, so probably the hardest one was that stupid duck thing. Okay, that's it. Grab some food, get some water, and wait till morning and dump off this junk we have as well. So here you're talking about, bits of carts, haystacks, bars, bags. We'll figure something out here later, just to fill up these areas a little bit. Yeah, they've still got a lot of work to do, don't they? It doesn't matter, we'll be doing a ton of junk here anyway. Okay. Where have I been keeping the food over here? Oh, set me making it later when I want to do some decorations. I've turned off the food spoiling, so there's no other way really of doing it. There. Just saved me a little bit of work, you know. Right. We need to collect some food for us. And we'll just quickly sleep till morning and then we'll have a look at our workers. Ah, yeah. Oh, the old crops come in. Hey, what's our health? Oh yeah, we did, yeah, I forgot about that. We got into a little battle, didn't we, with bandits. Lucky we had decent armor. Oh, I think that affects health as well, does it? Yeah. Nice. Okay. Now while they're walking away, we'll just have a look on these guys and we'll see where we stand with our little guys. But I think it might be next season or spring. We should get another bunch of these guys in. Let me see. Let's have a look. Oh, blacksmith's still going, cooking, blah blah blah. The farmer is still there, another farmer. Blacksmith, stall holder is still 9. Okay, I seem to be okay. For a bit at least. Now, let's get back to it. And with all of the crops I have here, 6 farmers are not really gonna cut it. You would want 2.5 times that, I suppose. 3 times that. I think that has to be reseeded as well. Okay. There we go, and we have, what, half an hour? We'll probably spend that at least in the season. Well, we have no choice. There's still 2 days left in the season, so that's a good 45, 50 minutes. Yeah, we're in this season, that's it, till the end. Let's do as much as we can here. Okay. Let's sort out our... Oh, hang on, I need stone. Sort our archers out. Sugar, come here, you. See, I can't really fix this up until the other fencing is in. Can't do the fencing until I figure out how many more entrances are going in here. And can't do that until I eventually start building here, but it'll all come into shape eventually. But I would always start a village in line with the fields. Definitely the way to go. Now, okay. This is a lot better than guessing, really, isn't it? Let's see. Maybe a tad. Yeah, just a tad. Almost impossible to see a straight line on this. I know it looks okay. Yeah, it's pretty good. I think we can live with that. Oh, I've already done this one. Oh, cool. What's that tree? There's just one more, I think. Yeah, what's the other plants? I suppose I might as well get these in line. What are we doing here, these guys? That's about okay, isn't it? Yeah, it's a kind of a... Yeah, ish. Maybe a tad more. I don't know. Yeah, something like that. Now... yeah, I needed to get rid of that. I'll leave you over there for a moment. There we go. Yeah, that would do. Okay. I'll find a spot for those guys later. Not sure where I can put those. No problem, Gazoo, and thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Have a good one. Take care and stay safe. Bye. I'm not going to be on much longer anyway, another half an hour-ish. 6 hours for free as far as I can go. But this is a game you could play for a lot longer. It depends on what you like, obviously. But time, yeah, it goes pretty quickly on these kind of games. There we go. Ah, these can be a bit of a problem. Let's see. I'm not really with the design on this. If they're going to go with this, they should have put the back the entire way down. It makes it very hard to get it to blend anywhere. Just slowly push this into place. We'll get it eventually. That's not too bad. I think that works. Okay. Oh, at least we got the lights in. I didn't forget those. I'll leave it here for a while. I don't know. I might be able to find a use for it. That's about okay. I think we can go with that. Alright. I seem to be okay, just the seating, isn't it? These can be nasty, alright. Let me see. Well, that's pretty decent, I think. I think we can live with that one. Oh, hi Randy, and thanks for the raid, appreciate it. Welcome raiders. And how have you been? We're just starting to do the gardens here on this. Autumn, so you can't really see the colours. Summer is the best time. I'll show you what we've been up to. Let me just save this. Yeah, so this is what we've got. I've been kind of mixing it up with the decorating and doing the quests and getting all of that junk done. I hate it when this happens every season. I get something in to stop the growth, maybe. Yeah, not very colourful, the autumn. Most things are dead. Lurking as well. Well, thank you, Randy. So, I eventually boxed it this area here, so I pretty much got the size of my settlement now. This is the large wooded area. Took ages to clean it out, but I'll be able to get most stuff in here, although the ground level is not exactly ideal. So that's what I envisioned in this from the start. You know, when I went mental with all the trees. Something like this. Once the fencing goes on in this, it's going to take some time to do. And a lot of resources. We'll see if the engine can hold to it. It will be interesting to see. Yeah, but it's going to take a lot from the cell. Luckily, the animation is just a tiny bit of animation, but still. I'm more interested, to be honest, to see how the game handles it. Yeah, there's a lot. There's still a good bit to do here. Well, it's definitely different. But the second I knew I could grow the trees and then move them as well, this is what I wanted. Yeah, definitely different. So that's how it is from there. Now, before going any further now, I'll have to make use of this ground, figure out what I'm going to do and finish. Don't have to finish the decorating, but you know what, buildings, on this. And then whatever else I need to build can be here. So I definitely don't want to go across there, so I want to know how far I can kind of push out and then start to bring it back, you know? Like that kind of thing. Pushing it out and bringing it back. So, I've been kind of waiting for a while on that. Yeah. But I don't know what size I need it yet, so I can't put the trees up, you know? I'll show you where I've been preparing for it. I don't know what I want to put in there until I see if I can fit them in here. Sometimes the ground level won't allow it, and I hadn't really time to check. So this is my kind of option to, you know, how much bigger I want this. You know what I mean? You can see where I was going here. You see where I stopped? So now I can kind of bring it back that way. Whenever I have enough room, I can cut it back in. But I'm definitely not going all the way there. This place is huge. So I will definitely be building some houses in here. I want a little bit of extra room, but yeah, this is huge. You know, I don't want to overdo it. And then when I find where I'm coming in at an edge, I can finish this side as well to kind of match up. But going right across would be madness. Yeah, you're talking about another 300-400 trees probably. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, you see where it's going in that direction. So I'm thinking maybe, you know, eventually I'll be able to maybe go at an angle here like that and kind of cut it off. And to define it a little bit more on the map, obviously, maybe run this kind of road on the side. No, never. I just build a bare minimum. Yeah, once I started this, you know, if it'll let you away with this, I like to build big. What's the old saying? Go big or go home. Fallout 4. I did a lot of big builds on that. And that game, I played it so much, let's say, I could probably get to it in maybe 10 pieces before the engine would give up. But I don't think you've seen any of the large builds I did on Fallout 4. Yeah, that one. This seems to be a lot more stable. But no, the engine in Fallout 4, let's say, will be caring for a lot of other stuff. You know, script, dialogue, quests, all of that stuff. Yeah, you should be able to, there's a ton of it on YouTube. I've got a thing, it's coming up there if you want to see any of the builds I did. It's called Fallout 4 Settlement Tours. I used to do a lot of that until they messed the game up. So I'm waiting for her to fix it again. Plus I needed a break from it anyway, I was playing that game for years. But one of my favourites in that was the one where I did a kind of casino in what's it called again? At the diner. Yeah. And then there was a kind of cinema I did on that. I did another one based on that movie about the apes and the diamonds. What was it called again? Oh. Yeah, we based a few. I even did a Bates Motel. That one was fun. I had a lot of fun on that one. We even made up a little bit of lore for that one, where let's say Norman Bates survived the Holocaust and obviously turned into a ghoul, opened up another hotel, and now he was luring in vault dwellers. We even did the psycho scene in the shower. That was cool. Well, limited obviously, you know, to what we had, but we had a lot of fun doing it. Yeah, we laughed ourselves to that. There was even an animation where you could get guys, let's say, holding a knife for, cutting food and that. And he's obviously at the front desk, doing that, and he's got that knife. Yeah. Then we did his mum's room, the one, and we put a lot of weird stuff in that, and a skeleton on the bed, which I thought was fitting. But the physics on that, you're not really supposed to do that. But it took us about 20 minutes, doing that. You've got that kind of Havoc's engine physics that goes kind of mental. But we had some fun. Let's say when we dropped the skeleton the very first time, the position it landed on was, let's say, very unsightly. So we had to immediately stop that, and we kept doing it till we got, a decent enough position. But we found it kept sinking through the bed, so I used a mod core place anywhere, put in some rubber tiles, and it kind of leveled it out. Yeah. It was nasty. Yeah. But it was a lot of mods you could work with on that. I wouldn't mind that mod here place anywhere. It'd be very, very handy for doing fences and stuff. Especially on lighting. Congo. That was the name of the movie, Randy. Congo. It was pretty decent. Basically they were looking for King Solomon's mines, and they did a big diamond for a laser for a satellite or something. And there was a ton of killer apes on that. We did a kind of huge large wall section of natural rock. It came from the USO mod, I think. With a kind of hidden entrance, like Jurassic Park, kind of lost area. We did a kind of overgrown mine building, large forest, ton of apes that we got from another mod, the synthetic ones from the Institute. We got some settlers, put them back in the corner, like kind of explorers and that. Dressed one guy like Indy. They had the tents and all the gear and all that stuff. Then we had a cave right in front of the large pond we put around the ruins. We coloured the water green with some lights, which looked kind of nice. And there was a large mound of rocks, and you could swim in the pool under a waterfall. The kind of hidden waterfall. We did green lights in there as well. And it really reminded me of New Vegas. The kind of colouring in the caves. That kind of greenish tint. And we used some of the crystal as kind of diamonds. That one went up pretty quick. I think I did that in 40 or 50 hours. Surprisingly quick. But that got ruined with a corruption. But I still got it on YouTube. I was lucky. Yeah. You really have to see that kind of thing. We did a ton of different builds. Oh, we did an iRobot build as well. Yeah, but you're always going to lose it on you're never going to keep it forever anyway. Literally, when you're playing on Fallout 4, you're going to have to purge your console maybe once at least every year and start from scratch. The bugs, they really keep mounting up. But that was one of the main reasons, I got the YouTube channel, just to save them, have something, Oh yeah, it's never gonna work on an Xbox and Fallout 4. You'll pick up some bug. It's probably gonna be the 0 kilobyte bug is the one that will really finish you. Let me see. Just give you a quick look here and you'll see what I mean. Yeah, there we go. Better view from the other side. Yeah, I'll be putting lots of junk in here later and more of those trees. But summer would be the best time to see this when everything is, you know, the colour is there. Now, how much time have we got? We've still got another 15 minutes, guys. We'll see what we can do with this garden. I'll be off for 2 days after this, obviously, until the weekend. Where I'll be back for Friday and Saturday evening, Eastern Standard Time. So, I usually get a few hours every day, and I come in here getting bored and I get a lot of this stuff done. Really boring stuff where I'm measuring up for roads and doing that. Which I'll have to do in there. Figuring out where I want the other stuff to be. Let's see if we can get a little bit more when we're down there. I still need a lot of work in here. The bric-a-brac and junk, and I might go with an inner fence on this. You know, like I did here. That, I think, would kind of work. I was kind of torn between that and the wooden fence, but this looks a lot better, to be honest. Wooden fence was a bit janky. Now, okay. Let's carry on with this guy. Oh, I suppose we gotta check our guys here and see if they're okay. See if any of them maxed out yet. Blacksmith, cook, blah 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 blah. There's a farmer, he's done. So we need to get that guy into the well. Yeah, okay. Let's get that guy over to the well. Now, where's that farmer? There he is. Right, that's that guy. Now, let's see. Okay, blacksmith, cook, blah blah blah. Farmer, he's still there. Blacksmith. Yeah, stole holder. Stone holder is actually done. Okay, we'll get him in as a farmer. Okay, we'll get that guy in as a farmer. One moment, we'll get down here. Blah blah blah. Is it that one? Okay, farmer. Now, where's that stall holder? There he is, we'll get him in as a farmer. Now. Right. Farmer. Blacksmith. Farmer. That's it. That's everyone. I just rotate them until I max them out. Those guys are still apprentices, so actually makes a lot of difference with the speed they get the crops done. Or whatever you put them on, really. Now, okay, let's see if we can finish this before we go, at least. Should be able to. Just need to get a little measurement on this. Ah, sugar. I'm out of stone, guys. I will take the stuff I have in my menu when I make it here, regardless of how much I have in storage. Yeah, let's get this. We only need one more anyway. We could get this done before dark, would be nice. One. A little bit out, so we'll go on the inside of that. Roughly about there. There. That will give us a rough area to work with. Yeah, it's really accurate, that. Now, yeah, maybe a bit on the other side. Yeah, you can see it there. Can I go in with that one? Here, let's have a look. Oh, it looks okay from that angle. There we go, that's good. Right, the lighting now is going to be a pain, an absolute pain. Right. I hate lining up these guys. I need a mod where I can get this, you know, really straight. You know, where you could kind of, there used to be a mod on Fallout 4 for that. I hate this guessing thing. It should be okay. I mean, it's just a tad, maybe. Yeah, we can get this. There it is there. Yeah, that's it. Got it. Now, it's going to be a pain in the backside because I can't really... We'll have to guess it like this. I can't really see it. Let's have a look. It looks okay, is it? I should have getting that in before the room, but I think it looks okay. It is, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty decent. Okay. Now this guy... Oh, the amount of junk I've got to put in here yet in this settlement. The ultimate test of this engine. See how much abuse it can take. That's reasonable. Maybe a slightest bit, but... Yeah, something like that. There we go. That would do. Yep. Okie dokie. I built one too many, I see. Let's have a look. Yeah, roughly. Maybe a little more. Yeah, that's it there. So, this is the junk we have left over. I'll have to find a spot next season for that, or just leave it here for a moment. Oh, this. Just something for my mind to do. You know? Just something for my mind. Keeps me busy. Huh. Definitely keeps me busy. I might actually wait till morning and see if I can just get the last 2 ponds in. Next season is winter and I won't be able to do 0. It's getting too dark for me to see anything now. Let me see. Almost there. Just needs a fraction more. Come on now. About there, I would say. Silly thing. There we go. Right. Yeah, we'll spend another 5 minutes. See if we can get those last 2 in. I have a couple of minutes anyway. Should be long enough. Just want to finish this before I clock off. Exactly. Yeah, like doing a puzzle or something like that. Pretty good to relax as well. No, I suppose not for everyone. No. Just a couple more of these to do. Should only take a few minutes. I don't know, I'll move those plants out somewhere as well. Yeah, I'll probably just leave them here for a moment. Yeah, it's just these 2. Should be simple enough, and then we'll move them for a moment. Why not? We'll put them in here. I'll be probably using some in here later. Not much we can do there. That's fine. I might see something I want in there later or whatever, but I don't think. Yeah, we'll just leave that there for a moment. I will be going with something similar in here eventually. Let's see what we've got. I don't think we'll be able to fit in any more seating. That's a no-go. I don't want that there, you know that. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, it was too much. That's handy for getting rid of that unsightly stuff. Well. Yeah, that's okay.
And there appear some new buildings.
I might use that for something later. There's a seat for you guys. Well, I'll be putting in a lot of those seats and tables and kind of stuff like that. I might have to start on that shortly. Not looking forward to it. It's very tedious. Now, just these 2. Oh, sugar. Yeah, I need 2 more lights. Okay, I'll stay another 5 or 6 minutes more, sort of. Just wanted to get this section done. Oh, kidding me. Right. How long could it take anyway? well, a while apparently. That's a bit much, isn't it? I need a system where I can move it slowly. You can't really do this with a console. Ah! There you go. Got it. Yeah, yeah. Well, all social media can be like that, can't it? YouTube is finished. There's nothing on it now except deepfake videos. Goes on forever. I can't understand why they don't clamp down on that, to be honest. They're using, respected physicists and scientists' avatars, getting them to spout conspiracy theories. There's probably a lot of people that wouldn't know that they were deepfake. There's a good few telltale signs. Too much hand movement is one anyway. But the funniest one is, the AI has a problem with acronyms like NASA, for instance. But I was watching one with Brian Cox, and it was well done, because it wasn't like he was absolutely spouting about it, but he was putting that seed in there, which he would never do. And I did think he spoke up about it later. He wasn't too happy about them. But it's obviously pronounced NASA, the 3 letters and then 1, NAS, NASA. But the AI was pronouncing it in, NASA, NASA, NASA. And to hear Brian Cox saying NASA was funny, to say the least. But that was a massive red flag, obviously. It had problems with the acronyms. But even without, what the AI does, let's say, if someone has a kind of a mannerism, Randy, like, let's say, maybe they touch their nose every so often, or they have a certain hand gesture, AI will take it too far. Yeah, it looked like he was strung out on heroin. He was moving that much. But it was still pretty good. But Brian was not too happy with it, and you can't say I blame him either. But I think there's a law against that, isn't there? Well, there should be. That you can use someone's avatar spouting out conspiracy theories. Where you're in a profession that doesn't tolerate, how could I put this, widely exaggerated stuff. I can understand it from this scientist guy, Avi something is his name. Because he's a little sideline going, doing alien stuff and books and that kind of thing, I think.
I need to drink.
So he's kind of compromised, I suppose. So you can kind of expect it there. He won't commit to it either. He's not silly. He'll say, oh, well, aliens, 4 out of 10 possibility. That kind of stuff. But I was surprised, the sheer amount of them, and been going on for so long. Why YouTube doesn't take them down. They've taken down videos for less. And that could kind of hurt someone's credibility as well, I suppose. I suppose not everyone would understand their own deepfake videos. Oh yeah, absolutely, it makes too much money. But a couple of lawsuits would finish that. But imagine someone, Randy, let's say you're working in the medical profession. Imagine someone deep faking a video of you, and it looked really convincing. Saying that maybe, the medical place that you were in, that they were doing nasty stuff and it was a cult or something, a demonic cult and stuff like that, you were getting canned. You know what I mean? That kind of stuff. Well, maybe not as harsh as that, but, you know, it would hurt him as well, I suppose. But I do know he wasn't happy about it. He basically said in a very diplomatic way, you know, bunch of nutcases. And that, and, yeah, you know, you could do a lot of damage. There's one streamer in particular, he did a, that kind of AI stuff, let's say, about another streamer. He said he was having a relationship with her. And, did a couple of those deepfakes. Like, he's facing, what, 10 years in Korea? Because of that. But YouTube has been getting away with murder. That looks to be on. Let's see. I think we have a winner. Stupid tree. Yeah, it is. I can see it from here. It's perfectly on. Okay, one of my better guesses. Oh! Yeah, that's good. Now, just 2 more items and then we're good to go. Yeah, well, you see, they're getting lots of views, and then they get paid, literally, from YouTube. And I checked out some of the channels, and it's not like they were made yesterday. These channels went from, they were making fake videos of America's Got Talent. You know those ones where you see a 2-year-old kid coming out and, you know, singing like an opera singer, that kind of stuff. Which was, I suppose, harmless enough, but this is a lot different. So they've been going for ages. And what they tend to do to make maximum amount of money, Randy, is if they've got these deepfake videos, let's say they've got one channel and they're getting a load of views and a ton of money, they'll make up replica channels as well of a different name, you know, to kind of, with the same content, you know, to kind of spread out as much as they could. They've ruined it. Yeah. Now any legitimate content creators are buried beneath all of that rubbish, you know. But YouTube needs to really do something. Yeah, that's okay. That's kind of a bit buried there, but there's not much we can do about the hill. Okay. One last one. So it hurts on a, well, it hurts the individual, obviously, but it also kind of dumbs down the population a little bit. You'd be surprised how many people, let's say, would turn to social media and those kind of platforms for any kind of news. Oh, sugar, okay. Yeah, it's a little bit sideways there. Yeah, there we go. Okay, maybe that tad more. Ah, that's it. That's what I wanted. Yeah. I suppose. It's about dead center. So, that's what... Oh. I forgot about these guys, didn't I? Oh, there's not many of them anyway, just 2. Might as well finish it. Yeah, but won't. No, it's generating money. Much like we found that fiasco, the last TwitchCom thingy. You know that streaming thing that they have, TwitchCom, or whatever it's called. Yeah, there was a prominent streamer assaulted on that, and yeah, they eventually asked her what was going on. About 2 hours later, the security was a joke, absolute joke, and you know, her manager came along, and you know, I think they eventually got back to her in 2 hours, and the guy who did it just walked out. Yeah. But apparently this has been going on with other streamers, and they just kept it quiet. But it's typical, isn't it, of a big corporation? You know, laziness, mismanagement, all of that kind of stuff. Yeah. But, you know, a lot of streamers wouldn't go, and I couldn't blame them, you know. But that could have turned out real bad. You know, that could have turned out real bad. You know, he was just a crazy that, you know, wanted to touch her or something. But he could have been a crazy that wanted to do something really horrible. Well, that was really horrible, but even more horrible, you know. But yeah, the manager was talking to some of the head guys on Twitch, and they said, "Oh yeah, we take this very seriously. We've banned him off our platform for 30 days. Oh my God. A guy that really should be spending a couple of years in prison, and oh wow, you've banned him off Twitch for 30 days. What do you have to do to get a lifetime ban? But I think when, yeah, that's what they said. Yeah, absolutely. It is a problem. But eventually they banned him for life, which I think she's pressing charges, and you can't blame her. You know, to make an example, but apparently she's, you know, had a few incidents before as well. You know, the poor girl is absolutely terrified now going out in public. You can't blame her. But something similar happened to her before at one of these, and her bodyguard pushed the guy away, and Twitch banned him for life because he pushed the guy, because they were probably afraid of a lawsuit. How could you be afraid of a lawsuit when you're defending yourself, you know, against an attacker? But there you go. Yeah. Now, I had a friend, well, kind of a friend. He used to know me. He was from Australia. And he liked to play with other mods, but obviously not on stream. You know, where NPCs would be you know, kind of correct their body makeup. And he used to use it in private or whatever the case may be. It was his own business. But he forgot he had it on, I think, and he was streaming. And when he was changing clothes on an NPC, which you often do in Fallout 4, just for a brief second, you could see some a lady's chest, you know, just for a moment, which you can't really see in the original game. But somebody complained, and Twitch banned him for life. For life. Got rid of his channel and everything. You know, streamers have done that in real life and just got a small banner. Apparently, you know, assaulting someone on TwitchCom only carries a 30-day ban. Yeah, it absolutely is. So it's not about what you do, it's how important you are to them. I think that other guy was a streamer and he was making him some money, so yeah, they don't want to... but if you're not making him any money, you're out of there, you know. So it's not about what you've done, it's a ton of other factors, I suppose. But any corporation would do that. Baldur's Gate, people doing the lewd. Is there? Oh, I didn't know that. Oh. But I think the worst one in particular for me would have been that one that attracts all the kids. You know that Roblox thing? Yeah. But I remember one guy was saying that the developers of that wanted to put in public showers and toyed with the idea of making it a dating site. If true, it's absolutely crazy. But I know one streamer in particular. Yeah. Oh, that needs to be burnt down. Yeah. One guy in particular, let's say, had a ton of complaints in about predators. Yeah. But moderation crew there wouldn't do anything about them. So he kind of did a kind of sting, you know, getting the authorities onto him, and they banned him for it. They literally banned him for it. Yeah. So it seems to be a safe haven for those kind of weirdos, and definitely not for your kids. They try to gaslight it and downplay it. But what I can't understand is this. Could you answer me this? Riddle me this, Randy. There's a game like that where they're openly inviting in predators to hunt your kids, okay? And we'll do zero about it. You don't hear anything on the media. You don't hear the backlash or whatever. You see some Japanese developers and the likes of, let's say, Grand Theft Auto. If they put anything in that maybe 5 people might find offensive, you've got massive organizations coming out the bat. You know, banks turning off their ability, let's say, to use cards, you know, for these games. You know, that kind of stuff. One in particular would be some kind of organization called Collective Shout. They really went down hard on adult games for adults, which are legal, which is, I think, none of their business. They're not targeted to kids. They went after them. But I've seen similar ones back in the day going after the likes of Grand Theft Auto because there's too much violence. But not a word about, from Collective Shout or the other organizations, about Roblox. And you know why? The sheer amount of money it generates. And who knows, there might be, you know, Roblox might be donating to a lot of these organizations too, to keep them sweet. So it's literally about money. Yeah. That's right, yeah. That's right, yeah. Well, that always carried a bit of a problem, alright, but the cops should be doing that, Randy. It shouldn't be left up to a TV show, and it should definitely not be left up to, you know, streamers to do, you know. But I'm behind anything that would get those guys off the street and put them away. They're dangerous. Yeah, yeah. But I remember back in the day on the online servers for Assassin's Creed Black Flag, that was a disgrace, Randy. They were openly going around there, you know. That was an absolute disgrace. There was zero accountability for anything on that online game. I think it was around the same time as well that Steam clamped down on predators. So all they did really was just move on to games that were mostly played on console. Horrible monsters. But I think the people that enable them and profit from, you know, what they do, I think they're, in a sense, bigger monsters, really. And that is the nature of greed in corporations. Like you're talking about Twitch. I know there's a lot of adults on it, but it's primarily, you know, the demographic on it would be mostly male and mostly teens, underage minors. Twitch, there a year or two ago, maybe a couple of years ago, the nudity for art, nudity, you know, chest nudity was allowed if it was for art. And all of a sudden, a lot of channels became budding Picassos. That was stopped real quick. But ironically enough, about 12 months before that happened, Randy, we were having a discussion. Yeah, check it out. Do you not remember that? We were laughing our heads off here. Yeah, they did. They turned it into a topless bar. Yeah. But ironically enough, yeah, about 12 months ago, we were having a discussion here, and I was saying that if Twitch keep going the way they're going, and if they could get away with it, they would turn Twitch into a soft porn channel. Anything for money. And I wasn't far off. But I didn't expect them to do anything like that. That really, you know, that really took me by surprise. That was, I don't know, if it wasn't so sad, it'd be hilarious. Yeah, yeah. The old hot tub thing and that kind of stuff. You know, there's... don't get me wrong. You know, I don't mind that. Let's say if people want to watch that. Don't be doing it on channels that there's a ton of kids on, you know. Yeah, I might be doing a hot tub stream. Adults only for that one. Yeah, but you've never seen a hot tub till you've seen a hot tub with a croc in it. Yeah, that's the way to go. That kind of stuff. Yeah, yeah. But, you know, let's say you get weirdos going on there, Randy, and they would be saying some horrible things to streamers. And obviously they'd, oh, yes, thank you, and smile because they're probably, you know, getting tons of money from these guys. And we know kids are not supposed to watch stuff like that, but there's only so much you can control them. They probably will watch from time to time. And even as is, even without that, let's say, social media, it's kind of making them kind of hard to fit in socially. And they see this and they would think that, well, yeah, this is how you do it kind of thing. This kind of disrespect and this kind of possession kind of thing. It's not a good way to go. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, you know, you can blame the streamers in a sense of, but they're making money from it. I don't blame them for what they're doing, but I blame them for the platform they picked. The problem is they could pick other platforms, but the competition there is way too much, and they're prepared to do a lot more on those platforms, you see. So you get streamers that kind of go for the low-hanging fruit, the easy stuff. But, you know, if you did that in any platform, you know, these people will come in and do it. It's the platform that allows it to happen. Now, if Twitch was to, let's say, have age identification on that, that would be a bit different. Or if they could separate it from, in some way, you know, where, let's say you get Twitch and all the games and all of that, but if you want to get into the other side of Twitch, you would need some kind of really, kind of up their age identification. That's the only way I would condone age identification. But a lot of people would see that as an excuse to do stuff, and they're probably right, unfortunately. Oh, I think that one is okay, isn't it? Yeah, we got that one. We did. Okay, I think we're done. Well, for the time being anyway, this is all we're doing here, guys. In our little garden. Oh, we gotta move these guys out, don't we? Might as well do it now. Yeah, but I must do that sometime, that hot tub stream. You'll see me in my 1920s sailor outfit. You know, the ones they used to wear, let's say, all the way down to your ankles and right up to your Adam's apple. Yeah, that kind of stuff. Complete with a hat, the whole thing. Victorian hot tub stream. Oh my god. Oh. Now that would be funny. You'd see me, you know, kind of getting in and, you know, kind of, you know, easing from my Zimmer frame into the pool. Or getting one of those mobility things, you know, to kind of lift me up from my chair and kind of plop me into the hot tub. Oh my god, something from a horror movie. It lives. You see the coffin lid creeping open. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, do that thing, yeah, of course. So that's it, guys. That's all I can do with it for the time being. I'll have a look through the other junk I have here and see if I can kind of squeeze it in later. But this is the first makeover anyway. This is the best I can do with it so far. But at least it's out of the way for the time being. Well, we were actually discussing this before, and I reckon that if I did a stream like that, that Twitch would probably give me a ton of money to stop. Because the second I would start that stream, you could watch the stock market and you could watch the share price plummet on Twitch. Yeah, I could make a lot of money. The stock on Twitch would drop faster than Tesla. Yeah, definitely. A lot of money to be made. There we go. Right. Let's just let this guy sleep and then we're done, guys. That wasn't bad. We got a good bit done. At least we got the gardens finished. But there you go. That's how long it would take to do these. So it takes a long time. It takes a long time. But what else am I doing? I've got to do something with the likes of this later as well. Yeah, let's just sleep till morning for a little bit. And then we'll save it. Pay me to end my stream. That would be novel. You see Twitch donating, 1,000 subs. Please stop. Yeah, I could say, I'm gonna keep the stream going until I reach 10,000 subs. And then all of a sudden, some anonymous donor comes in with 10,000 subs. And somebody backtracks it to some little offshore slush fund account that Twitch has. To pay off extortionists and stuff like that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I got the money glitch. I think I've got the money glitch, yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Money is money. Yeah, I'll let those guys finish in a moment. Now, I'm off for 2 days, guys. And as usual, if I have a bit of time, I'll come in here. I find this game mega relaxing. To just kind of take my time and mess about and try a few things on this, see how it works out. Good therapy. Well, better than painkillers. Let me just save this here. Oh, my pleasure, Randy. And you too, Jaeger, and thanks for being here, guys. So let me save this here. I don't lose any of my progress. Done. That's sealed in. It's going to be interesting, guys, by the time I'm finished here to see how well this cell takes it. But if it takes it, I will be impressed. Yeah, colour me impressed. But that's it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely need to get something to eat, something to drink. So, I've been on for 6.5 hours this time. Nice. But at least I've got the 2 days off so I can rest. Have some visitors, I think, some family coming tomorrow. That's going to be nice. Might catch a black and white movie as well. It's been a while. Some of them are actually quite good. I've noticed about the black and white movies, Randy, let's say, where there wasn't any fancy special effects and stuff like that. And a lot of them were set, let's say, with kind of mostly indoors and stuff. So that to be a good movie, it kind of had to, rely on, brilliant acting, a decent story, that kind of stuff. Some of them are actually quite good. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty much like how the games used to be. And camera work, yeah. The games were pretty much the same. The story used to be brilliant because there wasn't anything much else. Now games are relying on graphics more than anything, I suppose, and silliness. The movies are pretty much the same. Every time I want to look at a decent movie, let's say, I think, in my opinion, the heyday for the kind of movies I like would have been, the 80s and 90s. Some great stuff was done then. Maybe not for everyone, but some of the classics, are still pretty good. And of course, being a guy, you know, the likes of where he goes there with Richard Burton and Clint Eastwood was in that as well. You remember that, Jaeger? That's a really good film. It's not all about war, but obviously it's about war. But it's you know, about, you know, doing a raid and catching some spies, and very, very good story writing. I might watch it again, actually. Yeah. We'll be pretty much doing the same with games, guys. The way I see them going, we'll be going back to the golden oldies. But that's what I can see coming in the next couple of years. Mark my words, that nearly every games company, because of the slop that they've been producing and the amount of money it takes, and especially with the success of a few re-releases they had, will be literally playing the same games over again for full price. No creativity at all in these companies, relying on the work of better devs and better writers. But we'll see. Okay, I'll leave it here, guys. We'll do the usual. We'll go and we'll raid some of our friends. I will be back for the weekend, of course. I will be here for Friday and Saturday. Minus the tub, unfortunately. Roughly about, I think it's what, 8 to 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I think. Which is kind of, you know, the early morning for me. But, yeah, thanks everyone for being here, for hanging out, for lurking and raiding. I appreciate it. So, goodbye, Jaeger, Young, if you're watching, Suburban Werewolf. Have a good one, guys. Take care and stay safe. And, of course, Randy, Terry, Hufflepuff and Tigger, if you're watching. Have a wonderful rest of your week, ladies. Let's see how else is here. Okay. And of course, Dungeon Master, again, thanks for that raid. And have a good one. And you too, Cajun, Kitsune, Gazoo, of course. Fat Cat. Let's see what else we have here. I already mentioned Wolfreader. That's everyone I can see. Thanks for being here, guys. I appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful week. And that's me done. And of course, if I've forgotten anyone, guys, apologies to whomever I might have forgotten. And again, everyone, thanks for being here. Hope to see you all again on the weekend if you have the time. Until then, have a good one. Take care and stay safe, and keep away from hot tubs. They're bad news. They could be infested with crocodiles. So, okay. Right, let's see who's streaming.